Hey, we should now be live. Welcome back, everybody, to the Storytime Network. I am your resident sleep-deprived Brit Mill. I went to bed at 5 a.m. and woke up at 12 and could not get back to sleep because my sleep schedule hates me. I am joined by Jack
Hello there.
and Coney.
I
And
bet our sleep schedules all hate us.
yeah,
Oh, absolutely.
I blame Canada for mine.
Especially why?
Because before I went to Canada with my rugby team, or with my school's rugby team, I got to sleep at like a normal time at like 9:10 in the 9:10 at night. After I came back from Canada, it was all fucking midnight and 1 o'clock in the morning.
Okay.
So yes, I do blame the Canadians entirely for my fucked up sleep schedule. Uh, So we are here because we have at this point passed the midpoint of the spring anime season. So we are doing our regular check-in with all the shows that we are watching. Not all of the shows that are airing because some of
That'd
them are
be
very
insane.
bad. Some of them are very, very
It'd
bad.
be insane, and some of them would just be me talking about. Would just be me talking about stuff that like you guys already wouldn't want to watch anyway.
Quick note. I don't know if I think we forgot to put it up, but general spoiler warning for everything that's being discussed here. But we will try to segment what we're talking about with a spoiler warning for major plot elements before we dive into them for each segment.
Yeah.
Give me a second and I'll put that spoiler warning up. I forgot about it.
So
Okay.
yeah, we are going to like try to divide each segment into non-spoiler stuff and spoiler stuff for those of you who are tuning in live. So we'll just give a heads up so that you can mute or whatever to avoid spoilers.
There we go. Actually,
Excellent.
we'll put that up when we start talking about spoilers.
That is a good
Yeah.
idea. Good visual indicator. And we'll also
Yeah.
try to give a countdown if we can.
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna take
But
that
yeah,
up then.
starting with the first show on the list. Actually, just throw the spoiler warning up for this one because 86 is kind of hard to talk about without going into spoilers.
So give me a second because I worked out what episodes we'd be covering for each, certainly each of the shows that I'm going to be talking about. So we're talking about episodes 5, 6, and 7 for 86. Um,
I
which
don't think
was
86 dropped.
The season has flown by. Hmm.
Is 86 on episode 7 or 8 so far? I think it's on
7.
7.
7.
I could go and
So
check,
7 is
but
the
it's
most
probably
recent episode.
7.
It's on episode 7.
Yeah. So yeah, hard to talk about it without going into spoilers, but we will try to do so. We are going to just go right into spoiler territory.
That's right. So
So that is your
episode 4 was the aftermath of Theo's
rant.
justified rant.
A very justified rant.
Uh, so that was episode 4. Episode 5 was the Black Spider episode, which was oh
Oh, that was a
boy.
fun one.
Uh, episode 6 had, I think, the most deaths in one episode. Um,
Yeah, it was 2 definite deaths and I think a couple others.
and episode 7 was the big old reveal that hey, this government that shunted off a portion of the population because of how they looked wasn't planning on letting that portion survive. Who would have guessed that?
It's almost like that fascist government is bad or something.
Yeah. uh,
It's like some kind of suicide squad.
so yeah, like I mean, as I'm sure we've said in previous episodes, 86 is a show that will live and die on how its take on its politics does, and at the moment it's still knocking it out of the park.
Yeah. Like, it is uncompromising.
As long
in
as it
its
continues,
portrayal.
yeah, as long as it continues to be like uncompromising yet nuanced, not like it doesn't talk down to you.
I mean, honestly, I don't give a shit if it's nuanced. I mean, as long as they are, saying, "Hey, this fascist government is bad," I'll take that. Even if they have like the fucking characters just stare at the camera and go, "The fascist government is bad," I'll be happy because at least they're fucking saying it. Unlike other shows that just either imply it or don't even go that far and have their heroes work with the fascist characters. Hint, hint.
I feel like the state of the world is broken. All of us, but yeah, it's nice to have a show that just is uncompromising in that. I feel it's very especially.
It is a very refreshing thing to have an anime that really does say, "Hey, fascism is bad." If only we could have a show that goes, "Hey, our government in the 30s and 40s? Yeah, that was fascist and that was bad." But no, you will unlikely to get an anime that does that, unfortunately. But hey.
On a different note, my worries from the 3-episode check-in and premiere check-in about that one shot of the opening growing more populated, they proved to be very valid.
Yeah, there's a lot of room there as well.
Oh yeah,
there's a lot of room.
Oh yeah, that's a lot of room.
That said,
at the end of episode 7, out of like 20 odd members that we started with, there are now 9 members of Spearhead Squad left.
Yeah, and
3 of them haven't had any lines, so I'm pretty sure those 3 are goners.
I think the fourth one is the fourth one with the glasses. I'm gonna guess because he did get a line in episode 7.
He's probably also going to die.
No, he's definitely going to die because I've got the Crunchyroll page up and it's got the poster and it's got the 5 ones we actually spend time with, and so it makes me think, hey, they might have a chance of surviving a little bit longer than the rest, but the other ones, they probably don't.
Nobody on them surviving.
The really interesting thing,
to war.
Yeah, the really interesting thing about 86 though is that it's apparently slated for 23 episodes.
Yeah, the second core is going to be in the fall.
Okay, split core.
Well, it's split core.
Okay.
From what I hear, Volume 1 can be like its own like 11 episode season, which I think is what they're doing.
This is all Volume 1.
Yeah, because I hear a lot of amazing things about Volume 1. And
Volume 1 was released as its own standalone novel, and after it was successful enough, the author decided to make more of the story because apparently there was enough material to work with that it would work great as a longer story, but it was also, the original novel was submitted for a contest, and the contest entrance had to be standalone works.
Yeah, and I won.
Okay, so, I mean, I am interested but also quite nervous about where it's going to go in that second core, because at the moment it very much feels like episode 11 is going to end very much the same way Blackadder Goes Forth did, with all the heroes charging insurmountable odds and getting killed.
I feel like it's going to be a slight bit more optimistic than that, but I am not super optimistic about the prospects for these characters. As we've said, they are on a literal suicide squad.
Yeah.
Yeah. That is their job. Hopefully, the movie.
The question is, is Lena going to wind up saving at least some of them, or is she going to be forced to see them all die?
I mean, again, going by the poster, my guess is that, okay, let me try and remember names. Shin, Theo, Anju, Karina, and Lieutenant Dude. I don't remember his name.
I mean,
I
those
think he's
five have
something
the
to
best
do
odds
with.
of surviving.
Is he Black Dog, or is that somebody else?
I think so.
Yeah, Black
I
Dog.
think Dia was Black Dog.
Oh, it wasn't Dia. Dia died quite badly. Let me go and have a look at the Mal page. That'll be my best guess. Raiden. That's what his name is. Raiden. I have a if
That's a sick ass name.
it is a sick ass name. If anyone's gonna survive, I have a feeling it's probably gonna be those five, just because of the fact they are on the poster. Then again, posters have been misleading before.
I mean, they are also the most developed ones who haven't died yet.
Just that last bit that haven't died yet.
Yeah, well, Kaie and Dia got a bit of development, and they died. So
Yeah. No, I completely understand. Oh wait, Haruto's still alive, but he isn't on the poster. I don't like his chances. I'm fairly sure Haruto's still alive. I'm fairly sure I remember hearing Daiki Yamashita at one point in the last episode.
well, we'll find out, won't we?
We'll find out. But again, considering he's not on the poster, I don't have high hopes for him. The other thing that we haven't mentioned yet, Anju has a scar on her back. Not entirely sure what it's about, but it's probably traumatic.
Oh, absolutely.
And
Like-
correct me if I'm wrong, but the vibe I was getting from what Kurina was saying was very rapey.
Yeah, I get the feeling that whatever happened to her in her past, it was not great, and I'm glad it has not been shown on screen.
Yeah, not a good time. Not a good time for these people.
Yeah, no. Again, the people in charge of the country are all assholes.
I mean, very,
Like-
very, very quickly putting Lena's uncle into that as well.
Yeah, no. He's like, oh yeah, they'll be getting reinforcements soon, and then she finds out, hey, your uncle lied to you.
I mean, I'm hoping at some point later he's gonna punch him in the fucking face.
He deserves no less.
I mean, again, I'm expecting Lena to at some point go and meet them in person.
Yeah. Also, like, Lena is the only one of the people in power who is not a at least somewhat horrible person.
I mean, even
And-
Lena isn't great because of the fact that there's just so much of it that's ingrained from growing
Oh
up
yeah,
like
no,
that.
but at least trying to get better.
Oh no, absolutely. She's making a fucking effort at this stage. She sent them fucking
She's made
fireworks
progress.
just to make them happy. Like, well, make them happy is not entirely accurate. Make Shin happy is more accurate.
Yeah, there's some teasing there.
Oh boy, I hope that Shin survives long enough for it to be paid off.
Same.
So I do think that like they've got good chemistry, but again, literal Suicide Squad. We're gonna have to see how long. Again, if anyone's going to
Also-
survive, it's gonna be Shin. But you know,
Yeah.
who the fuck
If it's
knows what
down
the
to
show's
just one
gonna
of
do?
them, also, one thing that we forgot to mention before we move on, the stinger of episode 7 introduced us to a certain mech that
yeah.
likes to be called Khan.
Yeah, that's
That's gonna be
something.
a fun time.
Yeah, yeah. Oh boy.
Oh yeah, we didn't even talk about the zombie mechs.
Yeah, they sort of fell by the wayside, to be brutally honest, with the reveals of the past couple of episodes. They're kind of just
Well,
like,
they're gonna come back into the limelight now.
I mean, does it really matter that there are zombie mechs? I mean, we already know that the fascist government is gunning to kill most of the characters we like.
They're going the full Uriah approach.
Yeah.
Anyways, we should probably move on because we spent like 10 minutes talking about this one show.
It is a good show, though.
Yeah,
It
it
is,
is a
good
good
at-
show.
it is a very good
Yeah.
show.
It is
Um,
one of my favorite.
I'm trying to remember where
It's a
I
very
put
good
it.
show.
I think it was something
It is
like
my-
fourth or fifth.
It is number 2 on my list.
Mm.
I know we're going to have words about what's number 1 on your list.
Yes, I know, but I don't agree. I'm not really into what's number 1 on your list. So
Fair. 86 is 5th on my list. And
it's still a damn good show,
no,
honestly.
no.
It-
It's 5th
a
because of
testament to how good this season is.
Yeah,
that
no.
86 is your 5th highest show.
it's 5th because the
Yeah.
other 4 shows I'm really enjoying, not because 86 has been flawed in any way. It's been exceptional, frankly.
I was going to say that 86 is a good show in a sea of good shows.
Yeah.
So
In any other season, 86 would probably be the number 1 spot for most people.
Hmm.
it would definitely be like a contender for anime this season, but like this season's just good. Again, it's just continuing to be good.
I mean,
This entire
yeah.
stretch.
The one reason or one of the reasons it's 5th is because of the subject material. Again, like with Wonder Egg Priority last season, it's hard for me to say, oh, this has been really enjoyable, because it's very, very sad and quite dark. But like,
Yeah.
it's still a very, very well done show. And as we said at the start of this segment, it's just so nice to have a show unequivocally come out and say, hey, fascism is bad, guys. Fascism is really, really bad.
I guess one can say it's compelling. You
It's
know?
very compelling.
Yeah.
But yes, we
Uh,
should move on to our next show, which is actually one of our carryovers from the winter season, Back Arrow.
Oh, someone's still
I don't
watching
want to
this?
go into spoiler territory, but shit got fucking dark, y'all.
I mean, the spoiler warning is still up if you want to go into spoiler territory.
Yeah, I just won't say anything.
Okay. Okay, yeah. I'm just gonna be brief, but the screenshot basically says it all. The main protagonist turns out to be a harbinger of genocide, and he is basically a weapon constructed to kill everyone within the walled-off world.
I know from my from what bits of it that I watched to get that screenshot, there was a dude claiming he was on a mission from God, or was he a god?
Oh yeah,
Can't remember.
no. So the big bad, it turns out, is basically like an emissary or agent of the quote unquote god of the setting, and
Is-
it's basically his job to cull everyone in the setting to because it's grown overripe or something like that.
Is he also
There's a
like?
lot of
Was he
fruit
also
metaphor
like a
involved.
comrade of the heroes at one point? 'Cause I felt like there was a lot of
At
betrayal
one
talk
point.
being thrown out.
So basically, like he was one of the main leaders of one of the two big nations, and he basically engineered things so that the princess of the nation that he's involved with got framed and kicked out of power and nearly lynched by an angry mob.
Oh dear, angry mobs are bad.
Oh, okay. Oh dear.
Angry
So yeah,
mobs are
he's
very
an
bad.
asshole. And adding attempted genocide in progress to his list of transgressions, yeah, he's not a great guy.
Doesn't sound like it. Does have a very flexible spine though.
Oh yes, no, he JoJo poses all over the place. Like the character designs for this series are on point. I will say that.
There was another show that does a lot of poses, a lot of those like bending back poses that that is on this season. I'm trying to remember what it is, or was it?
We'll
or-
probably get to it at some point.
Yeah, I'm sure I'll remember it when I get to it. It's either a show I'm watching or it is the fact that I read JoJo's Part 4 of this past week or so.
All right, but yeah, moving on from this show, it's pretty good. I would recommend checking out if you enjoy Super Robot series. But moving on to the next show on the list, which
Which is my
is it
favorite
still
of
your
the
number
season.
one?
This is easily still my number one. Backflip or Bakaten, depending on how weeby you want to get. I fucking love this show. This show is fantastic. Let me just go back onto Crunchyroll so that I can just check the episodes to make sure I know which ones I'm talking about. That's right. So episode 5 was a fucking horror episode somehow.
Oh, how?
Because it was like the final episode with the other high school. And so, as like a bonding exercise after the training camp was over, the two captains were supposed to search around the school to try and find the other members. Unfortunately, the captains were wholly terrible at finding it, mostly because they're complete idiots. They're both incredibly similar, except they are both obsessed with different things. The rival captain is obsessed with apples. And our hero captain is obsessed with Sasakama, I believe it's called, which is some sort of fish thing. Let me just Google it to make sure. Is it Sasakama? Sasakama. Sasakama Boko is fish cake. It's the fish cake, but with a bunch of other stuff inside it. Yeah, he's obsessed with it, and so they kept arguing. But the point is that none of the members were actually found by the captains. They were instead found by a security guard who did so in horror movie fashion. However, at the end of the episode, once everyone met back up in the security office, the security guard in there said that who didn't find all of these people, said that he was the only one working that night. There was no explanation for that. Just apparently the ghost of a security guard found all these team members and sent them to the security office, I guess, because they were, I don't know, trespassing? I don't fucking know. But we also got hints at Misato's backstory, which is always nice.
But is it tragic?
It's very much implied to in episode 6, which covered the prefectural tournament. So the first big performance that main boy Shotaro has done. And he got incredibly nervous until our wonderful coach gave him a pep talk, and they gave a fucking wonderful performance. What I will say is that was episode 6, and I was already feeling incredibly nervous, even knowing that they were probably going to do fine. I don't want to know how nervous I'm going to feel in the final episode, but we'll get to that. We got another hint at Misato's backstory, which I think is going to come in episode 9 next week. Because episode 7 was the coach's backstory, and big spoiler warning, the coach's wife is real. Which...
Uh-oh.
No, it's genuinely a big reveal, because through the entire show, anytime the coach mentioned his wife, all the kids were like, we're not sure if she actually exists or if he's just coming up with these himself. But no, she does exist. Yeah. She was a nurse in Germany where the coach went to do physiotherapy. So yes, huh. She is real, and she does have those sayings apparently. And then episode 8 was your typical sports no confidence episode with one of the third years, which is where the screenshot comes from, because he said he twisted his ankle avoiding being run over by a moped, But then our two first year boys look into his room and see him dancing fine on his ankle. Though, honestly, that screenshot's, multi-purpose. Anytime you see something that you are shocked by or don't like, just post that. Also, Kiryu from the Yakuza series made a cameo in one of Wateri's manly movies, which was great.
Man, Kiryu is getting out there. I like it.
Legit, like, I posted the screenshot in the TFS Discord. Like, it's just fucking Kiryu, because it's like, it's got the like pinkish red shirt and the white suit and the hairstyle and the little chin goatee. Like, it just fucking looks like him.
God, kind of would lose his shit.
I was hoping you would see it, but yeah, no, I still love the show. But yes, next episode I'm expecting Misato's backstory because the episode ended.
Man,
the episode ended with the coach going over their new harder routine, and it did appear to trigger Misato. So I'm assuming he's going to have to explain that at some point. I'm hoping next week.
Are we going to be getting like a bunch of backstory episodes in episode 9 across this season? Because there's at least 2 other series that have or will have an episode 9 that's a backstory episode.
I prefer episode 9 being backstory week than the week that a couple of shows we're going to discuss decided it was going to be kid killing week.
Oh boy. All right. Well,
But,
moving
moving
on.
on. To Blue Reflection, Ray.
Yeah, the show is just it's hard to really form an opinion on this one, honestly, because on the one hand, there are some good moments here and there, like and I believe it was episode 5. One of the characters, going to spoilers, heads up for all 5 people who are watching the show. But
not me. I dropped this shit.
I know. I know.
I just want to know how unpopular this is. So I'm gonna look this up.
It's not very popular. I might well drop it at some point soon. But like there are occasional good moments here and there. Like I think it was episode 5. The one normal character who doesn't have superpowers in the main group is the one who winds up saving the day, which through the novel invention of talking to someone and helping them get through their feelings, as opposed to letting them be caught up in the villain's schemes because they're too emotional, which is refreshing in a way. But on the other hand, like, the animation is not great. The character designs are pretty samey, and it's just like the central conflict is kind of hard to grasp and understand. You mentioned that this was one of your main problems with it, Mill. Like, not understanding why the central conflict even exists.
I mean, it was just that it wasn't... It's not that it was complicated, it was just that it wasn't explained.
Exactly.
Like...
It's very obtuse. Like, so why are these people taking away these other people's feelings, and how does that affect them? What's going on here? There doesn't seem to be like any negative change after someone's feelings get taken away.
Yeah, that was one of the things. Like, why were they trying to stop the girl from having her depression being taken away from her? I would have thought that was probably a good thing.
I don't know. I don't think the show has like the ability to like delve into a theme of, oh, the negative feelings are what makes the positive feelings feel all the better, or some shit like that.
Isn't this like, though, a fucking game adaptation as well?
It is.
So strike another one up on the failed game adaptation chart.
Yep. But
Man,
yeah, anyways,
Magatsu
I am
Verite
bordering
was a...
on dropping this.
Yeah, man, Magatsu Verite
So
was
you're
the
gonna
fucking
change it-
exception on that one.
Yeah, one of the a major reason why I didn't watch Blue Reflection was like, oh, it's a game adaptation. It probably won't be as good then. I don't know. There's
Oh,
something about
it's
those.
also JC staff.
Mm,
God, their record is hit or miss.
mm. I mean,
They're they're okay.
the reason I watched Blue Reflection Ray in the first place is because, uh, A, I was feeling quite happy about game adaptations after Magatsu Verite, and B, like, it looked slightly gay. Has it been slightly gay?
There's a lot of gay vibes, yeah,
I mean,
but there's nothing really. The only character who's even remotely explicit in their sexuality is one of the villains.
oh, goody.
God damn it. God damn it.
Love it when the villain is the LGBTQ representation.
Oh, and she's the crazy sadistic one too.
Oh,
Oh,
goody.
that's. I was gonna hope that she was sympathetic, but oh no. Oh
No, the
no.
sympathetic one actually gets her backstory revealed, and it's actually surprisingly dark.
Well,
Okay.
good for Blue Reflection Ray.
Well, I guess I'll
But-
wait for. Well, so I guess I'll wait for that PA Works anime next season. But oh well.
But
Uh,
moving from one show that is apparently bad at
One more thing. One more thing. So it's one of the least popular shows of the season. The only things that are less popular are Cestus, Fairy Ranmaru, Cardfight Vanguard, and Battle Athletes. Are the only relevant popular shows that are less popular than it.
just while we're mentioning Cestus, I did not realize the manga for that was so old.
How old is
How
it?
old is it?
Like it's really old. Like it was mentioned in one of the
1997?
yeah,
Fuck?
it was mentioned in one of the whatchamacallit, manga authors give tributes to Kensuro Miura articles. Like the Cestus author did one. It just said, "Oh, Cestus is from 1997." It's like, wait, it is? Holy shit!
Runs in Young Animal too, which I think is where Berserk is from. But I gotta check.
Very possibly, yeah. But anyway,
Man,
yes.
that
Yeah.
that was unfortunate. But we'll get. But
Cestus was shit because it was 3G. Like, not all shows that are 3G are shit, but Cestus was shit. Not to mention
Yeah.
just the fact that I did not like the characters, which could be a reason it has taken so long for Cestus to get an anime adaptation. But yes,
Maybe.
moving from one anime that is apparently bad at representation to, frankly, another that is pretty bad. Burning Cavity. I don't know why I'm still watching this. I honestly don't.
You said you were going to drop it, and then you
I
watched
said
it
I
and
was
you
going
enjoyed
to drop
enough.
it, and then I watched it. I was like, it's not that bad.
I
It wasn't
had a
as bad as I
similar-
was
I had a-
thinking.
I had a similar experience with Dragon Goes House Hunting, but you go first.
Like the issue is that I was in a very bad mood on Friday because I didn't even watch those Snow White notes after hearing that it blew boulders yet again, and so I decided I'm
What?
not
I'll ask later.
yeah
later.
we'll get on to Snow White notes. But like, so I got partway through Cavity, scrolled through the timeline, and decided, I have a feeling I know what this is, and if it is that, I'm going to drop it. And then a few days later, once I was in a better mood, I did actually watch it, and it wasn't what I thought, and it was actually pretty good. Because the main thing I was worried about is episode 8, which is the most recent one. Covered 3 new members joining the Kabaddi team. Let me just get their names up because I don't remember their names. Where is it? Where's Kabaddi? There it is. Ban Nobutaka, who has a pompadour and met our main character Yogoshi in the past, who called his pompadour hairstyle cool, so Ban became like his biggest supporter, except Yogoshi doesn't actually remember this encounter, which, not doing wonders for Ban. Seki Ryuta, who is overweight, let's say, and Hitomi Yuki, who is voiced by Ayumi Murase. I'll let you figure out what his character trait is.
is it
Um,
being
is
hyper
it?
effeminate?
Yes, it is. Gold star for Jack.
I was gonna
Yeah.
say like being. What's the word? What's the correct word for it? Um,
Being effeminate is the best term
effeminate.
for it. Yeah.
Effeminate is the best word for it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So and
that
you
makes
know and
sense.
seeing Seki and Hitomi, I worried that all the jokes would be at the expense of Seki's weight and Hitomi being effeminate.
Let
Um,
me looking.
and
Yeah,
I was well in their first scene. I was proven right because Yoigoshi acted like a dickish gatekeeper for no good reason, telling them they couldn't join the team when he has no say over that. He's a first year and one of the lowest ranked at that. But after that scene, they cut down on the jokes about that. Again, problematic parts. Hitomi proved that he wasn't a girl by pressing Yoigoshi's hand to his chest, which, if he had been a girl, that
Ugh.
would have been, oh boy, yikes. But maybe let it go because he's a guy. I don't fucking know. But yeah, I mean,
Still not great.
it's still
I feel
not
like
great
if
at all.
he was, I feel like if he was actually a girl, he wouldn't do that.
Probably not.
So
Um,
probably not.
the other thing that I should mention, episode 6 and 7 was a practice match against Soa High School, who basically is, I'm fairly sure, the best. Certainly, they have the best defender and the best raider. Other than, of course, our apparently sleep deprived captain Ojo, who is voiced by the wonderful Nobuhiko Okamoto.
Oh, so Bakugo.
Yeah, believe it's.
Oh yeah,
Let me just make
yeah.
sure it's Bakugo. Yeah, it's Bakugo. You wouldn't fucking know it
Okamoto's
from.
Bakugo.
You wouldn't fucking know it from how Ojo speaks, but yes, he is Bakugo.
No, I've had that with him with Coon from
What
Tower of God.
range?
I'm like, wait, he was. I'm like, wait, he was
Oh no,
Coon? He did not scream at all.
that guy definitely has range. That guy definitely has range.
Yeah,
Um, but yeah, I just like, as I said, every time I end the episode, I'm like, I don't know why I'm still watching this, but I am gonna continue watching this. I can't tell you
Welcome to
why.
my thoughts on several shows in the past year.
Like this
you
is
know why you should continue. You know
this
why you should continue watching this?
why.
Uh, let's go back to Ayumu Murase. He's voicing. You're currently watching all of the 4 shows he's in this season. So you
Murase
should just
is a
keep
very
that out.
Murase is a very good reason to watch a show because I do love me some Murase.
He's in Backflip, Burning Comedy, Iruma, and Pretty Boy Detective Clubs, which I'm pretty sure you're all watching all
And
of them.
quite
You might
frankly,
as well just continue.
yes, he is using a very similar voice in all those roles, but they are all very distinct. Like,
I have to check it out then.
like
Well, I'm probably I'm not gonna watch it, but like,
I mean, yeah, I'll mention it. I'll mention it more when we get to Aruma. But I was watching an episode of Aruma and just thinking. Obviously, Murase voices both Iruma and Hinata from Haikyuu, but
Yeah.
there's a definite difference in that tone, and it's the same thing with Takahata 101
Nah.
voicing both Alucard and Perfect Cell. It's an incredibly similar voice, but there are just enough differences that it makes it a different voice, and that's very
isn't
impressive.
he also All Might? Isn't he also All Might in
He is
the
in
SAO's version?
Yeah, in Something Witty's version of My Hero
Something
Bridge.
with his SAO. Oh,
He
no, yeah,
is
no,
All
yeah,
Might, yeah.
Araka, yeah, yeah.
But yeah, I don't know why I'm still watching this, but I'm probably going to watch it to the end. It is probably my worst
Watching
show.
it for watch it for the sake of Ayumu Murase. No, just do that.
This
You'll be fine.
yeah, this
You'll
this is the worst show that I'm still watching that I haven't dropped because there are how many shows? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 other shows that I've dropped that were worse than this, but the fact that I'm still
Yeah.
watching this for some reason, because it's not a good sports show. The animation is horrific. Like It's just
You
barely
can't
there.
have bad animation in a sports show when you have like Haikyuu and Run with the Wind and other stuff. Even if it's a sport you haven't heard of before.
Again,
Well, even if it's a
the
sport
issue
you don't
is
really
that the
much know.
studio doing it is TMS Entertainment, and they're doing so many shows at the moment that like so many big shows at that, like that so little attention I can only assume has gone into this show, because
Yeah,
they had fucking Doctor Stone last season, and then this season they've got Megalobox season 2 and Fruits Basket the final season, so.
I think we know where their effort is going.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even begrudge them that one. Like, I can't
Nah,
blame
neither
them
do
for
I.
doing that. But yeah, I don't
They
know why.
got two high-profile sequels. Of course, they're gonna focus on those.
Yeah, I don't know why I'm watching this. But onto a show that where Coney doesn't know why he's still watching this. Dragon Goes House Hunting.
let me just get my notes on. I spent like weeks debating if I was going to continue this, like thinking about it. I thought I was just been in a bad mood, like because I wanted to drop it because there was obviously more interesting stuff, but
Hmm.
like I couldn't. My gut feeling was telling me I should continue to watch. I should just at least watch it. It was because it wasn't like bad, but it wasn't like interesting enough. But it wasn't so bad to the point where I was like, okay, I'm confident about dropping it. So I watched like one more episode earlier today, and it was honestly the best episode of the entire show. Like, I was kind of stunned. Like, it starts off like how I remember at first. It wasn't all that good, and then then there's this whole and then there's like it starts off like rather formulaic and it wasn't all that good and it wasn't all that funny, but then this dude starts dreaming about being in an igloo, and that whole igloo segment was honestly the funniest because like you had the Yeti talking and it was the narrator's voice, and narrator has like a calm documentary style voice, so that was pretty funny for me. And then but then after that scene I was like, okay, this is getting better. Then he's like finding an egg. Yeah, then he finds an egg and he gets stranded on an island. There's this bit where he overreacts to the egg almost falling into the ocean, which is really cold. They're like in the frozen tundra or something like that. And then he gets eaten by a whale. And this is where it gets interesting because like we get to see like they meet this fish called Davy Jones. So yeah, that's a reference.
The naming
They,
scheme in this show is amazing. Frozen
yeah,
Tundra. Davy Jones being a fish. Who would have come up with such imaginative names?
I don't know.
Yeah.
But no. What I actually did like was the fact that he basically makes an entire home out of being. He basically makes an entire home out of being in the whale. Like he uses the whale's fat for fuel. He uses like different parts for showering and stuff, and just he uses tools that the whale eats to sustain himself. It was honestly really interesting, and that was kind of what I was hoping to see from the show. So that was like pretty nice to see because I feel like you have a show about a dragon going house hunting, and I was expecting decent world building. Okay, how do other like creatures make their homes, and that's what we got in episode 4 of the series. So that was pretty fun. And then the egg finally hatches, and Leffy and thinks that it's the dragon is Leffy's dad, is its dad. It's a bird. Um, so it's clearly not, but hopefully that could lead to character development for Leffy because for I mean Letty or whatever or Leffy, I don't know, but like because he hasn't really changed all that much. It's again the show's been rather formulaic and it wasn't really grabbing me until this ep. It wasn't really. I was never really interested until this episode. So like now that I've watched this episode, I'm like, God damn it! I probably watched like one or two more episodes of this. I don't even know if I'm gonna like. I don't even know if it's could convince me to continue watching it, but like, to like continue watching it till the end. But like, I'll give it a couple more episodes. If I get bored of it again, then I'll probably drop it. So,
Mal
but
says Letty, by the
for now
way.
it's oh Letty. Oh yeah, I Yeah, I switched to Leffy for some reason while writing. It's fine. But yeah, that's really it. It's it got better. It got better enough that I won't drop it. But again, I'm not exactly sure. I'm not exactly sure about my mileage on the show. Wouldn't recommend it. I mean, it's not a good show. I mean, again, it's not all that good, but especially this season where you have a bunch of other really good shows that are more worth your time. But it showed actually showed some of its potential. That's all I have to say. What's next?
Dragon Quest Die.
Ah, yes.
Yes, because we had an entire
Honestly,
Dragon Quest thing last night, and that was pretty good. Um,
like this series has gotten so fucking good these past several episodes.
Don't
so I've
regret
heard. I
dropping it.
really need to catch up.
That's fine.
That's
Pop
fine.
also gets a lot better as a character over the course of the series.
Good for him.
He has not backtracked like you feared he would.
Again, I'm still not gonna start watching it again. It just wasn't my thing.
Oh no, I know. Old school
Fine.
shonen definitely is not your thing.
Mm.
Why not?
I enjoy
actually?
it quite a bit. It's probably the
Why-
pacing.
Yeah, yeah. Old school shonen has a tendency to not get good until like a certain arc, which might be a couple episodes in. I feel as if one thing that has changed about shonen is that like you have to things get better faster.
Mm.
Yeah.
Which is good. Like with like Bleach, it's like, oh, you have to wait till Soul Society before it gets good. Then with something like a Hiraka, at most, beginning of season 2, the sports festivals where it really gets good. But I enjoyed season 1 too. So
Yeah.
anyway, back to Die.
This has been really good, and the last arc capped off with like a with like a 2 or 3 episode long Dragon Ball Z type fight with just insane action sequences that were just absolutely beautiful to watch. And honestly, like seeing a couple of the characters, especially Pop, showcased a lot of the character growth they'd experienced over the past several arcs during this most recent one, and it was really neat to see them showcase it as well as just do awesome stuff. Like spoilers here, but
Again,
when
the
he's
the
convinced
spoiler
that-
warning has been up this entire time.
no, but this is actual spoilers. So when Pop is convinced that they're all backed into a corner and they're going to lose to the current major antagonist that they're fighting, who is also Dai's father, and who is thoroughly stomping everyone else's ass. He pulls out the same suicide spell that Avon did and very nearly kills Baran
Oh,
with it.
has Ivana come back yet?
Nope.
Oh, interesting. I'm still betting he will, but yeah.
Possibly. Pop does die from this, but he does get brought back with a revival spell. So that does exist.
Whenever something like that is said, I can only imagine that scene in Monty Python and the Holy Grail. She turned me into a newt. I got better.
In this case, it seems to be like a very rare thing because Baran is the one who resurrects him.
Well, good for Pop.
Yeah. Still, he did a real. These past couple arcs have been really fun to watch, and it'll be interesting to see where they go next because Mom's actually been absent the past arc or two to train on a new fighting style, and she's likely to come back in the next episode. She decided to switch from a gunslinger to a monk.
Huh. Interesting.
So that's gonna be fun. But yeah, anyways, next up is oh boy, it's Pain O'Clock.
So we have a lot to talk about on this one because in the 3 episode check-in we only talked about episode 2 because that was only what I was up to. So we have episodes 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 to cover. And oh boy,
The
Hold on.
climactic season of Fruits Basket. You
So-
guys could just ramble on.
yo,
what
do
we're
we
gonna
absolutely
do right
could.
now is we're gonna say spoilers throughout this whole segment. Do
Hmm.
not expect any non-spoiler talk about this.
No,
this show
we are not holding
from
ourselves
here on
back.
out.
So, starting with episode
So-
3, which was probably the lowest key of the episodes we're going to talk about. It was still pretty high key though, because it was a lot of stuff about Machi, and oh boy is fucking Machi got a lot of stuff going on.
Welcome to Fruits Basket, where good parents are in short supply and shitty parents are in abundance.
But you know, good news. Yuki and Machi are very close. I don't think there's been a confession yet, has there?
No.
Because I think it got.
But very clearly going in that direction for them.
Yeah, but I think they got basically interrupted mid confession by what's his face,
Kakaru.
Kakaru. Poor guy. He was so close to letting his friend and his what is it, half sister cousin get together, and
Half-sister.
then he fucks it up. Then we have episode 4, because hey, Akito's still terrible and locked Rin up in the hut where the cat's usually supposed to go, and oh boy does Hatsuharu get mad, justifiably mad, and holy shit, his bond broke.
No, not his. That was his bond frayed.
Oh, his bond frayed. Who was the one who broke?
Momiji. Momiji was the first one.
Was Momiji the first one? I thought one broke this episode.
No, I think Momiji breaks in episode 5.
I know Momoji's breaks in episode 5, but I could have sworn somebody's broke, and that's
No, Haru's phrase in episode 4.
that's right, because I remember the phrase, and then we see the bond get broken in the other episode. It's like, wait, who the fuck was that? It was Momoji. Oh my god! And speaking of Momoji, when did he get hot?
He got told. He got hit hard by puberty.
Like, before he was like cute and adorable, and then this season in the OP he gives a fucking smoldering gaze, and like I didn't know Momoji was able to do that.
Remember, he's only a year younger than Kyo and Yuki.
Yeah, but like I'm still not 100% sure about the timings that he shot up like half a foot in like 3 or 4 months
It's been a
time.
couple months. It's been a few months since we last saw him in the universe.
Yeah, because the last time we saw him in universe was what the New Year's thing, and then we see him at the start of the new school year, which is April, I believe. So you know, it's plausible, but just like holy shit, I didn't expect it to happen. Also, poor Momoji's a dub actor who's been doing this, you know, cute German accent the entire show, and then has to try and deepen it for puberty-ridden Momoji.
God.
It worked sometimes, and sometimes it didn't work well. But yeah, holy shit, Momoji's bond broke. Also, you know, starting with season 1, everyone thought the love corner was going to be with Kyo and Yuki, but no, it's Kyo and Momoji. Who would have fucking guessed that?
I wouldn't have.
No,
Not for
I
sure.
fucking didn't. But that conversation with Momoji starts the next 3 episodes of complete pain for anybody who ships Kyo and Toru.
I mean, the next 3 episodes are just pure pain in general, so
Yeah.
let's get into that.
So, what happened? Which is the one where we get some Shigure stuff where he then sleeps with Akito?
That was episode 2.
Was that episode 2? Wow. Okay. That's a long way back. Either way, Shigeru's
Yeah.
gone full dick this season.
I mean, it's pretty clear he was always a dick. This season is just showcasing, oh, so he was always like this.
Yeah.
Okay, then.
I believe it is episode 6 where he reveals that no matter what anyone does, all the bonds are going to break eventually.
Yeah. We also
That is
get the
episode
juicy
6.
tidbit that this is the first time that every single member of the Zodiac has been alive at the same time,
Yes.
which is very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And does lend credence to Shigeru's idea that every bond is going to break this time.
And then episode 7 was the Akito backstory, I believe.
Akito's backstory.
Yeah.
So yeah, fuck the head maid and fuck Ren, because those two
Those two
basically
are
made
awful.
Akito into the monster she is.
Yeah. No. As I said in the Discord, especially fuck that head maid. That head maid has done nothing right. That head maid is just
Exactly.
that head maid is apparently immortal because she didn't age at all from the past scenes till now, and she is just completely awful. Ren, has at least at least loved her husband, even if she loved him so much that she was jealous of her own daughter.
Which is very fucked up.
Oh, incredibly fucked up, and leads to Akito stabbing Kurano and then running off with the knife
Yeah.
because
I'm
Kurano
sorry
had.
to do this, but
Go ahead.
what do you have there? A knife.
But yeah, she stabbed Kurano because Kurano had the goal to say, "Hey, I don't really want to be attached to you forever and ever."
Yeah.
And maybe it's a
Akito
good thing that,
has
that these people are not attached to you forever and ever.
Akito has some very clear abandonment issues.
But
Like-
then we get the wholly painful episode 8.
Which is hey, how much can we put Kyo and Toru through the ringer in one episode?
Because, hey, no, good news is that Kyo and Toru finally confess to each other. Bad news is
Bad
that Kyo's self-esteem is so low that he is actually disappointed in Toru for loving him.
Yeah, no, like he is in full on pure self-loathing mode at this point.
Because
And it's not
as it turned out, the Toru's hat, which she got from Yuki, but was originally Kyo's, sparked some memories in Kyo of Toru's mom's death, which he was present for.
Yeah, he blames himself for not saving her, even though, like, based off of how the things played out, it's very likely that he would not have been able to save her, even if he tried.
And knowing
But
the
he
Soma,
doesn't
knowing
care
the
about
Soma
that.
family, it probably would have resulted in his death if he'd gone about it the way he was saying he did, or he wanted to.
Yeah.
Because that would have been a big old fuck up, and a lot of people would need their minds erased. Some of whom maybe wouldn't have even been able to have their mind erased because they would have escaped. It would have been a whole thing.
I've been a clusterfuck.
Yeah, and
yeah.
as we said,
But-
probably wouldn't have ended well for Kyo. But yeah,
There's not a lot he could have done in this scenario anyways, and he still blames himself anyways.
Yeah, poor Kyo. Then he after divulging all of this, he runs off into the rain. Yuki follows him, leaving Toru alone, except for wait a minute,
Akito, who still has the fucking knife.
that's Akito with a crazed look in her eye. Oh boy, holding a knife. Oh boy, oh no, I fear for Toru.
Akito, what you got there? A knife.
Yeah. Oh, we forgot.
Jesus.
We forgot to mention that Hero's bond breaks as well,
Oh yeah, Hero's Bond broke in episode 7.
which was great because Hero actually has a good parent, which, as we've said before, few and far between in the Fruits Basket universe.
Honestly, that scene of him holding his younger sister and their mother hugging both of them was just... it's very nice, and I think it might have broken something inside me.
I think that was the episode, or I think that was the event that broke Akito.
Yeah, that might have been the straw that broke the camel's back on what was left of her sanity.
Because Kurano was just a freak incident. Momoji was unnerving, but Hiro, who wasn't even fucking there to like, at least before, you know, Akito could say, well, maybe I did it. No, Hiro wasn't there. It wasn't anything Akito did, which means that it was going to happen anyway, regardless of what Akito did, which is, you know, with somebody with the abandonment issues that Akito has, that's fucking terrifying. And yeah, she fucking stabs Kurano in the back.
Yeah. Oh, and that is paired with a lovely shot of Arisa standing over a dead bird in the rain.
Yeah.
Not ominous at all.
Yeah. This is going to be a pain-filled rest of the season, but I'm hoping that we'll get some good news at the end of it.
Jesus Christ!
This let yourself be happy, boy, please.
Honestly, I think this series has made me cry more than any other fictional property besides One Piece.
I haven't cried yet. I cannot guarantee that will stay, or that will not happen come the end of the season, because it's endings that most usually get me.
Yeah.
And considering this has been a fairly mainstay over the last few years for me, yeah, why can't we go back to Momoji being adorable?
Because
being
all
happy
you
all
get
the time.
is pain.
Yeah. Moving on to something that I'm assuming is less pain-filled, at least for the audience. Killing slimes.
Oh, you still have them switched around with Hiro. Gotcha.
No.
Anyways, this is fun. It's really funny to see a character accidentally knock out a sovereign ruler and get sentenced to death for it.
Should have done what fucking main character Genzo in Wrestler Sky did and just suplex them.
Yeah, no, that's not what happened.
Mm.
It was also because the character who knocked out the ruler was a klutz and accidentally headbutted said ruler while standing up from a bow.
Oh boy.
Yeah, that situation eventually gets resolved because said ruler, the Demon King, who is a girl, happens to have a crush on the main character and is a tiny bit of a freak about it.
On a scale of on a scale of 1 to Yandere, how bad?
Not Yandere, more like very much enjoys the whole wall slam type thing.
Ah.
Wait, are we still talking about Fruits Basket?
No.
We're talking about killing slimes.
We're talking about killing slimes.
Oh, we just... Oh, I missed Higahiro, okay.
No, we haven't talked about
Higahiro
yet.
after killing slimes. The order hasn't been switched around yet.
I'm not gonna switch it. I shaved is after I kill slimes.
Alright.
Fine.
Anyways.
All right. So, how's that been?
There's also, whatchamacallit. Oh yeah, I mentioned the dragon thing in the last episode. Oh yeah, they exorcise a ghost, and the ghost joins the household as basically the main character's younger sister character. Except she's kind of like a delinquent punkish. The ghost is kind of delinquent punkish type, which is really funny, I think.
Is it good little sister or weird anime little sister?
Good little sister.
Okay.
There's no indication that the ghost girl actually has a crush or anything on Azusa.
What about the other way around?
Azusa actually seems much more like a frustrated asexual who's annoyed by these people who keep hitting on her.
Sounds hilarious. So you watch this.
Like, Azusa has shown no inclination towards romance whatsoever.
As opposed to like everyone else in the show, I'm guessing.
Not everyone else, but there's like 2 or 3 characters who have been hitting on her. I think the only characters who she might have shown attraction to in any way are one of the demon lords she interacts with, and her dragon maid slash best friend slash possible wife. It's very unclear, but they have a very close relationship.
Laika and Beelzebub, I'm guessing. Okay.
Yes, those two. But I don't think this show is going to have any real romance in it, honestly.
No,
It does
I don't
not
think.
seem
I don't
to be
expect it
structured that
either.
way. Like, as I said, Asuka comes across more as a frustrated asexual than anything romantically inclined.
I have a weird question because
I
I
might
can't
have a
help
weird
but,
answer.
I can't help but compare these two. Which would you prefer? This or the journey of Elena? Maybe I should have asked that when this is at the end of the season, but
Ask it at the end of the season and we'll see.
yeah. Okay.
I haven't watched this, but I would probably prefer this.
The thing is, Elena has better animation, but this I like more because I like in solid pieces. In
Okay.
terms of the characters, anyways.
I'm assuming these characters have never had the chance to just watch slavery happen and do nothing about it.
Correct.
Or watch a zombie invasion happen and do nothing about it.
So, slavery does actually briefly come up in this situation where a character is basically tricked into getting a life debt, and she cannot, Asa is not allowed to free her, or she kills herself. So she says, "You know what? I'm going to give you one order and one order only, and that is to live freely and do whatever you like, and I will not order you to do anything else."
Hooray!
It's the best she can do. This is the best she can do. So
Neat loophole, I
Mhm.
think.
yeah, that's it. That's a nice. Yeah, that's a good loophole.
Yep.
Predictable, but still.
I'll
Hey,
take
it's a loophole
predictable
and
in
it
that
works.
case. I will take predictable in that case.
Yeah. Obviously, yeah. Predictable, but hey.
I'd rather the
Again,
predictable route
nice.
of, live your life and I'll never give you another order again than the swerve, hey, you're gonna be my slave now. Yeah, I'd rather
Yep.
I'd rather not
It's
that.
common in a lot of isekai for some reason, but anyway.
Because isekai writers are terrible.
Not all of them, just most of
I
them.
don't know. No, but Mill just hates Mill just burnt out on isekai. You know this.
Understandable.
Burnout,
That's understandable.
burnout implies I enjoyed isekai in the first place.
Come on, there has to be shows you enjoyed.
Very few isekais that I've actually enjoyed. Slime might be the only one I've watched at the moment.
Okay. Even then, you don't.
And even then, I've got serious issues with slime.
Do
Anyways,
you have the Slime Diaries on here? Okay, cool.
Slime Diaries is
Moving
on
on,
here.
Moving on.
moving on to Higehiro.
I thought this was quite a
yeah,
beautiful
talk
shot.
It is a very beautiful shot. It works nicely.
Oh yeah, it is. Talk about another show which lives and dies on by how it ends.
Oh God,
Oh,
it
boy.
really is like that. Everyone who's watching this and isn't a weirdo is dreading the possibility of it Usagi dropping the ball.
Not
Every-
even that. There's
everyone
also,
is-
like,
Everyone is waiting for that
Yeah.
final volume to get translated with bated breath to see whether it manages to stick the landing or not.
oh yeah, that comes out in like 5 days.
And I, for one,
Oh.
am sat here with fucking popcorn. I'm gonna
No, it's
piss.
not just-
I'm gonna
it's not
piss
just like
myself
introduce-
laughing if this Usagi drops it.
Especially since there's like a new character, especially since there's a new character who's despicable to say the least.
Oh yeah,
Oh, boy.
douchebag McAssface. I'm not calling him by his real name.
No, fair.
Call him NTR protagonist. NTR protagonist.
He
Man looks like he
doesn't
NTR. He looks like he NTR protagonist.
So
But
yeah,
if-
that character is one of the men who Sayu stayed with while she was running away from home, which means
Yeah.
that this asshole took sexual advantage of a teenager while he was an adult.
Wow.
Yeah.
How does the show
And
treat
it
him?
presented a.
He is smacked in the face twice in the same episode he's introduced formally.
Good. That's
put
how
it
you
on the-
fucking do it, oh maidens. That's how you fucking do it.
He's also kicked out of an apartment
wait,
and
doesn't that
threatened
happen
with
in Omen?
police action.
Oh,
Wait, doesn't that happen in
Maidens
Maidens? But like,
Maidens has one character who is an actual paedophile who gets off with a punch in the face and that's it. They literally just don't say anything about him and let him go about his paedophilic ways. There's another who is very specifically not a paedophile but acts like a complete dick and leads on a teenager for pretty much the entire run of the show. And again, he gets no consequences for this.
Yeah, no, the
Yeah.
guy in question is basically like the only reason he isn't arrested is because of Sayu's kind of Sayu and Yoshida's sticky legal situation at the moment.
That's fair.
oh, so you're just using that as blackmail?
He doesn't use it as blackmail, but like they couldn't really go to the cops without exposing the situation as it is.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, that makes
So
sense.
basically, what they do is they say, if you so much as look at her funny, we are going to the cops regardless.
But yeah,
Yeah.
if this Usagi drops it, I'm gonna laugh about as hard as I did when what was it, Domestic Girlfriend's whole finale came out.
Man, that was a
Monster.
tie. That's a tie. That was a tie.
I
I can't wait for my friend to read the ending and just see how he reacts. Because apparently he's really into like Rui and Natsuo. Oh,
genuinely
I think
reading people's reactions to that fucking ending was so hilarious.
You're hurting
Was
me,
it
Mel.
funnier
You're
than people
hurting me.
reacting to Attack on Titan's ending? Because that was also hilarious.
I'm more invested in Attack on Titan's ending, so I was just sad.
Okay.
Anyways,
But-
getting back to the
yeah.
actual topic of this.
Hmm.
Yeah, this is treading a fine fucking line. Also, like, it's much more clear that Yoshida has feelings for his boss than for any of the other girls. Like, he has a coworker who has an obvious crush on him, and his reaction is basically like, when she outright says that she loves him, and she's like, okay. He just shrugs it off and doesn't even really respond to it.
Oof.
Like, girl, you swung and you struck out hard. I am sorry, but like, he is not into you.
Mm.
Like, it's also confirmed that he has a type, and that type is busty older women. And it's reinforced by the fact that he dated his senpai in high school.
I can get behind that. Now, he dated his senpai in high school, but he broke up with her, apparently.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, I don't
Hopefully
think we've
that
gotten any
doesn't
details
mean.
on that.
Hopefully that doesn't say anything about what he actually needs. That's because I was
We
skimming
don't-
through the end.
We aren't given the details on what happened. She might have broken up with him. We don't know.
Okay, we'll see.
Anyways,
Do you want to
But
move
yeah,
on to the next
it's-
train wreck?
oh boy.
Is there another train wreck?
Oh boy, is
Oh,
this a fucking train wreck?
Oh, okay.
Oh boy,
it
is
just
this
seems like
next one a
what the
train
fuck.
wreck? So
Oh,
are you
yeah,
okay to move
spoilers
on?
for this one. Yeah, we're good to move on.
Yeah,
Spoilers.
yeah.
Joran,
Uh,
Princess
we're
of
going right
Snow
I
and
don't
Blood.
think I'm gonna watch this. I'm curious. To
Don't
see what's
watch it.
happening.
Don't fucking watch it. It's so bad. I dropped this shit at episode 7 because
Okay, Mill, you know how you said you don't know why you're still watching it, but you're still watching it?
This is your
intently.
show.
This is my show.
Look,
You
I
know-
Comedy,
show
I
like
have to
that.
go on.
Yeah, we all have a show like that. Oh my god.
like episode 5 had like 3 big deaths. Episode 6 wiped out 2 of them. I'm fairly
And
sure one of the
episode-
which episode was it that wiped out the third?
I think it was episode 8.
Episode 8 wiped out the third, so that's a pointless
Wait.
episode.
So they
and it
just
gets
brought them back
better.
to life? Okay.
Not brought back to life. It's, oh, you thought they were dead? Ha ha ha, death was actually faked.
Episode 6 is basically how Asahi went about faking Sao's death, which was just kind of dumb and convoluted. Episode 7 had them living free and clear, except no, they weren't, because Tsukishiro is actually alive, became a giant monster for some reason. I didn't watch this entire episode, so I don't know why he became a giant monster. Killed Asahi, and then the episode ended with Sawa about to take them on.
Mm-hmm.
At that point,
yeah,
because after episode 6 and the fact that, you know, Sawa's death was faked, I'm fairly sure it was revealed in that episode that Tsukishiro's death was faked, I basically went, episode 7 is going to have to be really fucking good for me to keep watching this, and it was not.
So, fun thing, episode 8 had had one thing that did go well, and that the fight scene was actually really good. Like, the animation for the fight scene was really fucking great. But Tsukishiro dies,
And that's
unsurprisingly.
again that's Horon though. From what I hear, it's all style and not much in the way of substance.
The
Yeah,
style is the substance.
clearly whoever created this put all their effort into making it look decent, and then realized he had to write realized they had to write a story about this as well, and just
Also, like,
jotted down whatever came to mind.
also, the head of the bureau, I think his name is Jin or something.
Jin, yes.
Yeah,
Because I have been reading the ANN reviews for these because I want to see how much of a train wreck this really becomes.
Oh yeah, it turns out he's on the blue blood steroid shit too.
What a fucking surprise! What a fucking
Unsurprisingly.
surprise!
I'm pretty sure the only person in the main squad who wasn't on it is fucking Elena
Yeah,
at this point.
who is alive, thankfully,
And,
and still, I assume, pregnant.
Yeah, I'm 90% sure that the reason Jin hired her is to look after a not dead Asahi.
Mm.
Like, that would not surprise me in the slightest.
Yeah.
Because, like,
Oh, I mean,
I don't-
I mean, at this point, the concept of death in this show has been eroded more than it has in Dragon Ball.
I mean, the only reason I think Tsukishiro is actually going to stay dead is because there's a fucking hole in their torso.
I'm still not taking bets.
Fair. That is fair. But yeah,
What,
like,
what do you,
to
what do
cross
you,
the
what do
chest,
you, I
that's
mean,
not
like,
death.
yeah, like, I'm willing, I feel like if
I think
Tsukishiro,
it's a good idea to go by Highlander rules that unless they're decapitated, they're probably not dead.
I mean, my instinct is that if Tsukishiro is gonna be revealed as still alive, it's gonna be like, oh, they were in their monster form, they can regenerate. Why
Tsukishiro
wouldn't
was,
they
in
be
fact,
able to
not
regenerate?
in the monster form when impaled.
Oh. Then he can turn into a monster. He turned into a monster once everyone left and regenerated. Way! I don't fucking know. This show is dumb. This show is really dumb, and I'm disappointed because it could have been really fun.
Mm.
But like it, yeah, it's just dumb. It's just tried to be too clever for its own good, and it's failed completely.
It's like a clown car plot twist, honestly.
This is what we mean when we say that the obvious choice is always better than the unforeshadowed twist. This is going for twist after twist after twist to the point where all its plot strands have just knotted themselves up into an explosive bow.
It is twistier than a mountain road.
Yeah, and it's just bad because of that. Give me the obvious villain like an ID Invaded every day of the goddamn week. I didn't give a shit that it was clear that the fucking chief was the bad guy. That meant that the show had set that up properly.
Yep. Like,
I
the
wouldn't-
thing is, like, with plot twists like that, the tension isn't in who's the villain. It's when are we gonna find out? When are we gonna get the villain reveal, and in what circumstances is that gonna happen on here?
Yeah, are the heroes gonna figure it out, or is he gonna reveal it first? Because if
Yep.
he reveals it first, that's gonna be bad news for the heroes. Because if he's revealing it, that means he's certain he's gonna win. And that is
Yep.
basically what happened. But yeah,
So yeah,
I'm glad I dropped this show.
basically, yeah,
I don't want to
honestly-
waste more time on this.
that is fair. That is completely fair. But how about we move on to a stylish show that is better?
Move on to a show that
Yeah.
I'm absolutely happy spending time watching, Mars Red. This is still in third for me. I love this show. This has been fantastic. The one misstep that I
think
will say this
got
has had,
punted out of what?
one misstep I will say this has had, is that episode 6 was probably 2 episodes squished together in terms of character development. At least an episode
liked
and a
episode
half.
6. I liked it well enough, and I do feel like I kind of like the spoilers, by the way.
Oh,
I
absolutely
do
spoilers.
I do like the kind of understatedness of the sacrifice that happens in this episode.
No, the sacrifice I had no issues with. It was the fact that Maida went from being against Nakajima to being completely on his side in the space of about 3 sentences.
I feel like that's partially to show how conflicted he is, but I can also see where you're coming from.
It was the only episode that I've watched that I felt there's something wrong about this, and I think it is just the fact that the pacing on the character development was just that little bit off. It went straight back up again with episode 7 in that, because it was the flashback episode to Misaki and Defrot, and God, do I love hearing Defrot talk in fucking in the dub. I can just
Defrot is just such a good character, and I really appreciate that they actually gave Misaki proper character development.
yes, because that was a slight issue in that, this first episode was basically based around Misaki being Maida's fiance and then dying, which is not a great look female character wise, but they went to the effort of giving her a really strong character. And I'm sure if you go back and watch that first episode, it's even fucking more tragic now.
Yeah.
But yeah, just to
needed
confirm,
because
because I've just remembered this. Defrot's dub VA is in fact non-binary / trans masculine.
Interesting. Defrot is still, I believe, canonically male, but I could be wrong about
Defrot
that.
is classed as male in episode 7. So yes, finally we have that episode of anime boy or girl answered. Because it really could have gone either way up until that episode where it was confirmed. But again, really good episode that ends with Defrot pretty much assumed at the end of episode 7, confirmed in episode 8 that Defrot turned Maida into a vampire.
And continuing on the character development front, episode 8 is almost all about Kurusu and gives him a great, meaty chunk of character development that I really liked.
Oh, absolutely. Because that's the thing. Throughout this entire show, Kurusu has had, Suwa as the older vampire, Yamagami as the older soldier, Maida as the colonel to lean on. And in this episode, all of that is stripped away. He is on his own, and he has to survive on his own and try and help people on his own. And it's a big step for him. Admittedly, he doesn't take it well considering he wants everyone to come back, but, not a lot he can do about that.
Yeah.
I mean, we know Maida's alive because he also visited Yamagami's widow, which was a really good scene, by the way.
Yeah. We also know from episode 7 or 6, I don't remember which, that the other 2 members of Code Zero are also alive. We just don't know their whereabouts.
I don't think we saw them after the earthquake, but I'm still gonna, bet money that they are alive. Because this is the type of show
they
that would
wouldn't
show that they were dead.
Yeah, no, they would not have off-screen those two characters, especially since the scientist dude hasn't gotten any real character development.
Yeah. But yeah, so episode 8, sorry, is very much the aftermath of the Great Kanto earthquake, which is pretty much one of the worst earthquakes to ever hit Japan. Certainly, it resulted in a greater loss of life than any other natural disaster in Japan's history. I am, in fact, quoting from an essay I did on this particular earthquake.
Okay.
In more exact terms, it destroyed nearly 70% of all structures in Tokyo, inflicted damage with a monetary cost upwards of 5.5 billion yen, killed more than 120,000 citizens, and rendered just over 1.5 million people homeless.
Jesus.
Oh.
That is horrible.
Yeah, that is that.
Yeah, it was, bad. Really fucking bad.
That is an understatement.
I quite enjoyed
thanks
doing
for
that
the,
essay, by the way. But, yes. So that was episode 8, and again, really, really good episode. I've been enjoying this entire show. It really has been interesting. It's not like the most visually stunning show in terms of animation quality, but it doesn't really need to be.
No. I will also comment that, I do appreciate that the episode 8 gave Kurusu time to develop on his own.
Yeah.
But I also appreciate the reintroduction of a couple other characters, especially what's his face, the really girly looking dude.
Give me a second, and I will get Mars Red's page up because it's
Anya or something.
It's a complicated name. Where's Mars Red? There. What's the name? Tenmanya.
Tenmanya. And I'm pretty sure he's voiced by a woman in both languages.
Very possible. Let's have a look if they are on here. They should be on here. Yes. Tenmanya is voiced by Caitlin Barr in the dub, and Sachi Kokuryu in the sub.
I am so glad that they identify him by his gender, because otherwise I would have thought he was a girl.
The other character that we haven't really mentioned much, Rufus Glenn.
Oh yeah, Rufus is a real bastard.
Singing Danny Boy while everything's going to shit.
Yep. Oh, and Nakajima also takes a swan dive over the event horizon by passing out a fake vaccine to turn people into vampires.
Oh no, Nakajima has gone full villain now. If episode 5 episode 6 hadn't have made that especially clear. The reason I mentioned Rufus Glenn when I did is because voiced by a bloke called Regan Murdoch, and no blame on him, but his Scottish accent is not the best. And it's slightly inconsistent. It's not taking anything away from the performance.
Scottish accent?
I think so.
I can't tell. All I know is it's a vaguely British Isles accent, and that's it.
I think it's supposed to be Scottish. I don't know what it is, if it's what it's supposed to be, if it's not supposed to be Scottish.
Yeah, it's a
maybe Northern Irish, but that seems like a very esoteric accent for an American dub to try and do.
Yeah, Rufus is a fun character. I do love that speech he gives to the older, more powerful vampires right before, or rather right after he assassinates them all.
Oh, absolutely.
You can kind of empathize with them because they're a bunch of assholes, but at the same time, that is some cold-blooded shit.
Yeah. But as always, the character I'm still most interested in is Defront.
Yeah, no, Defraud is an interesting character, and I'm glad that they fleshed him out quite a bit in episode 7.
Oh, and Shirisei is still alive and still doing the Brooklyn accent.
Like Shirisei. I really do hope that she eventually reunites with Kurusu, because their dynamic, from what we saw in episode 7, was really fun.
Yeah. Yeah, I still don't know why she's doing the Brooklyn accent, but I still find it hilarious.
Because she's got to report on the flappers.
Just the fact that when she hears that she is being allowed to write the story she wants, she immediately abandons her volunteer job and just hands it off to the chief of the newspaper.
It's great. She's great.
I imagine Kurusu, who was watching that, just went, "Okay, Shirisei's fine. Off I go. Don't need to worry about her."
Wait.
Anyway, I think we should move on to Megalobox 2 Nomad.
Alright, this is a fun one. Look at all those scars, man. Holy shit, he got even more over between seasons. Time has not been kind to Joe.
I mean, that tends to happen when you live as a hobo.
I mean, yeah, he did live as a hobo for, what was it, 7 years? 5 years. 5 years. But on the other end, all the kids from Megalobox grew up into teenagers at this point, and they are starting to just grow into it.
Good for them. They
yeah.
appear to have been more successful than their old friend Joe.
Oh, boy.
I mean, they're all better off than Nanbu.
Isn't Nambu the dead one?
Nanbu is dead.
Yeah.
Yes, he is dead. Anyways, yeah, spoilers for that. It's obvious.
Again, I've
Tony,
just kept the
something's
spoiler
coming through on
warning
your
up.
side.
Huh?
Tony, you got some background noise.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you want, you can tap out for a second
Yeah.
while we talk about this. But anyways, this part of this arc of the season. So after finishing up with the arc where Joe is with the immigrant population and helping them out and kind of growing off of them, he finally returns to reckon with his past failings, and he gets a pretty cold reception from most everyone he meets, because like he ran off after trying. So what happened was Nan became deathly ill, and Joe, while accepting at first, slowly became much more reluctant to face that fact, and gladly accepted an exhibition match with Yuri's protege.
I'm assuming that went poorly. I'm assuming that
he
went.
lost.
Yeah, I'm assuming that went
He lost.
about as well as the first fight in Rocky 3.
I don't know, something like that. But yeah, Joe lost. He got knocked out, and Nambu died around that point.
Yeah, whoever was fucking writing this watched Rocky 3 first.
That would not surprise me.
Because that's basically the
Yeah.
plot of Rocky 3.
But yeah, the kids are pissed with Joe, and Sachio just straight up tells him to leave and never come back.
Wow.
And Joe apparently took that as an excuse, as license to skedaddle out of there.
To license to leave, end up in, what is it, Mexico, and start binging?
Something like that. Well, no, he didn't go to Mexico, but he went to a poor part of the country where immigrants live.
Ah, okay.
But anyways, as one of the other kids points out, after Joe comes back and Sachio reveals that he told Joe to leave, it's like, yeah, you told him to leave, but you were also a kid, and he was an adult at the time, and he's an adult.
I
The
mean,
fact that he
with
listened to
all
you-
those head injuries Joe's taken, he has the mental competency of a child, I'm sure.
Actually, speaking of that,
Oh boy.
um, not pertaining to Joe, but we are introduced to formally introduced to Yuri's protege, Liu, and we find out that he is due for another match against this new character named Mac, who recovered from who, thanks to the power of technology, has recovered from near full body paralysis to become a professional boxer once again.
Wow. Okay. Props for them.
Okay.
Yeah, and he actually wins against Liu, uh, and he beats Liu. And during the match, he beats Liu nearly almost beats Liu into a fucking coma.
Jesus Christ, was the writer of this just on a Rocky binge or something?
So no, what happened was Liu was actually winning for most of the match, and
Oh.
then as he had Mac on the ropes, something triggered call that is called Mac time, and a flip switched, and he just went full savage and used the full power of the gear he has to just savagely beat Liu. And it's pretty clear that he is not in full control of it at this point because
Hmm.
he just he has a distant look in his eyes that has some ominous vibes.
Well,
And
that's what you get when you make a deal with the devil. The devil takes over your body and tries to kill your opponents.
no, the thing is like the chip that they use to kind of help him use his body again. It apparently has some un unbefore-seen side effects that the tech executive was either not aware of or was aware of or and did not disclose to anyone.
Wow.
And as
Tech
the most
barons
recent
being bastards, who would have guessed?
funny thing,
Oh, God.
it gets better.
Oh, no.
So as the episode ends, most recent episode, we have a typhoon looming. Liu is still in a coma. Mac is dealing with possible side effects of his chip, and that tech CEO is dancing away in his empty office.
Would his name happen to be Beth Jesus by any chance?
No, it
Maybe
is not.
maybe Jill Bates.
No, he's much more affable than Bezos.
That's not hard to do. Bezos is basically real life Lex Luthor.
Yeah, but anyways, like there are a few more apt or a few more on the nose shots than just like a rich man dancing alone in his apartment as disaster looms.
Yeah.
God.
But
Anyways,
it sounds like Megalobox maybe aiming at least a little bit towards Eat the Rich. Speaking of Eat the
yeah,
Rich,
yeah. No, actually, one more thing.
one more thing.
Like,
Wait, damn it, that was a really good segue, but alright.
It's fine. I can do
yeah,
it again.
Yeah.
the one other wealthy character in the setting, Yukiko, is pretty clearly gearing away towards like the approach that the other CEO dude has, and much more into like, hey, I'm going to work on charity and making the world a better place by investing in technology and medical stuff.
Sounds fake.
And well, no, this is coming off of character development in the last season,
I mean,
where she was much more
a rich person trying to help people sounds fake.
fair.
Anyway,
But anyways,
speaking of
rich
Eat the
people
Rich,
and helping,
speaking of Eat the Rich,
Speaking of rich.
Moriarty.
Moriarty.
Will nearly did that wholesale in episode 18. But we'll get on to that.
Really?
Well, he tries to do what was the play? Othello?
No, Merchant of Venice.
Richard of Venice. Merchant of Venice. Merchant of
yeah.
Venice. Sorry. I should have recognized that considering the episode title is Merchant of London, but whatever. And tries to cut a pound of flesh from somebody who borrowed money off him. Which, you know,
What we in the writing field call pulling a Shylock.
mm-hmm. But before that, so last time we left off, we were in the middle of a two-parter about Jack the Ripper.
Yep.
Episode 16 paid that off pretty well, I thought. Except that, what's his fucking name? Charles Augustus Milverton discovered William and Lewis being the badasses that they are. Which is probably going to go poorly somewhere towards the end of the season. Also had the OG Jack the Ripper running about Whitechapel for a good, hour or two.
It's pretty spry for an old guy.
Yeah, and then Moran and the wonderful James Bond, who I am ever falling more love with into, whatever. Words complicated. I really like James Bond. Okay.
Bond is good.
I love Bond's character design. Okay, it's just my thing.
It's great.
But Moran and James Bond work together to take out a Gatling gun, which is pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
Also, the crazy inventor that is introduced, I can't remember what their name is, Van Hyde or something like that, I think. Von Herder, that's it. Their voice actor is the same as Rin Setsuar from Thunderbolt Fantasy, which, oh boy, I love. Because I love Rin Setsuar, which I will get onto when we get onto Thunderbolt Fantasy. But, so that was episode 16. Episode 17 was, again, the Moriarty's basically taking over the police.
Mm-hmm. Oh, speaking of which, fuck the London police.
Oh yeah, fuck the London police, for sure. Well, fuck
the only
those...
Good one,
the only good one is,
the only
in
good
fact...
one is Lestrange.
Lestrange, yeah. But again, the fact that it's great because Sherlock did come in and, you know, pretty certain he figured out what the fuck was going on and basically went, meh. Probably for the best, in fact.
I just love Sherlock's nonchalance there.
He basically went, I can either have an entirely corrupt police department or a police department controlled by the Lord of Crime. I'm gonna go with the Lord of Crime on this one.
Yep.
Yeah.
Episode 18, as we said, it was basically another flashback to William and Louis' child days, where, as we said, there was a noble who borrowed £300, which back then would have been a fuck ton of money.
Yeah, it's like a few $1,000s, isn't it?
Let's see, £300 in 1888. Value of £1888 today. Let's see, £100 now would be £13,332. Times that by 3, that's £39,000. Which would be, let's ballpark it and say about 50 grand US dollars.
Fucking hell.
That's a lot of money.
That asshole had the balls to ask an orphanage owner for $50K.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money.
And then refused to pay it back. And then had the goal to accept £600 from a child with no intention of paying it back.
What a fucking asshole.
Fortunately,
Jesus
this was not any child. This was William Moriarty, and oh boy, did he fucking terrify this dick.
He was not just threatening to take out any 1 pound of flesh. He was apparently threatening to cut out the dude's tongue.
Yeah. And it was fantastic because the guy's lawyer tried to argue that the contract stipulated only flesh, not blood, meaning that if Will wanted his pound of flesh, he had to do it bloodlessly. To which Will basically went, "Alright, can I call a witness? Here, let's have a chat with this guy's steak waiter. Does this guy mention the blood when he's ordering a steak? No, who would mention blood when ordering a steak? The prosecution rests. I'll be taking my pound of flesh now."
Okay, that's clever.
Yeah.
That is clever.
Again, it's a
Whole
weirdly,
Merchant of Venice episode, huh?
yeah, it's a weirdly timed episode because it doesn't really have a massive amount to do with anything that's going on. But I just enjoying seeing fucking creepy smart ass child William.
Yeah.
And then episode 19 introduces a politician who may or may not be too good. We're thinking he is as good as he claims to be because he appears to, at the very least, be an advocate for wheelchair-bound
Disability
children.
rights.
Yeah,
Yeah,
which I can tell you for sure, as somebody who, at the very least, studied British history at A-levels from about 1900 onwards, not many people gave a shit about people in wheelchairs. Not even kids in wheelchairs. So, yeah, definitely possibly a good guy there. Seems weird that the assassin sent to take him out would, take the risk of sticking a bomb under his carriage, when really he could have just walked up to him and shot him.
Yeah, basically.
I mean, even if you're really attached to the bomb thing, cut the fuse short, chuck the bomb at him, duck.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, some assassins are just way too fucking roundabout.
Yeah. But yes, it's going to be an interesting episode on Sunday to see where this then goes.
I am worried because Milverton is sending an assassin after the dude's wheelchair-bound brother.
Yeah. In fairness, Moriarty is not the type of show that would let that happen.
Hopefully, we can.
Actually, no. Considering the first episode had a child killed, Moriarty is exactly the type of show that would do this.
I was gonna say.
Sorry, my bad. Forgot about that one. My bad.
Anyways, before we move on, I'd like to take a quick intermission, if that's all right with you folks.
All right.
As I just need to make a quick pit stop. I'll be right back.
Let's be real. I want to talk more about Backflip.
Okay.
I fucking love this show, y'all. The music is done by Yuki Hayashi, which instantly makes it fantastic. Yes.
Oh, okay. Man, it's gonna be one of those shows I'm gonna have to watch after season ends, isn't it?
Yes, you are. This is a fantastic show.
It sounds really good. Like,
again, my only real concern is the fact that the I think director or series compositor or something like that has a history of taking on too much and it all imploding in the last half. But we are at episode 8, and I have seen no signs of that. Like, again, the performances are CG, but that just makes them look all the better. And I wouldn't have expected them to try and not do CG, considering it's 6 people having to move independently of each other. It would have been a fucking impossible task to try and do that on a TV budget.
Mm.
No, I absolutely adore Backflip.
It's one of those shows which I didn't expect to be as good as everyone's saying it is. So it's like, oh boy, that's another one from this season to add to the list.
I mean, this is one of those shows that I was instantly excited for when I saw it, just because it was I like sports, but it's also a very interesting sport to choose. Rhythmic gymnastics is obviously not anyone's first choice for sports,
Yeah, it's not.
but
Then
it's
again, neither was Cavity. So
new as comedy. But again, that one's suffering from production and the fact that I'm fairly sure it's based on a web novel or web manga.
It's not,
Web
yeah,
manga.
it is.
And let's be real, the quality ceilings for those are not, or the quality barriers for those are not the highest. To give you an
Correct.
example, another show that's based on a web manga this season is Koei Kimo.
Oh yeah, I think that's an OVA. Okay, I don't understand why. Because like I don't understand Koikimo.
You don't understand how anyone made Koei Kimo without vomiting.
No. I don't understand like how. Okay, let me just give you some statistics. Let me just give some statistics because Koei Kimo is actually one of the more popular shows this season, and I don't understand. It's like it has the same rating as Dynazenon, and I still
No,
don't understand why.
on Mal, Dinosaur is a full 0.1 behind, which is
On
weird.
Annulus, they have
Why?
on Annulus they have the same rating. On Annulus, they have the exact same rating at 67. And like from all the stuff I hear about Dynasona, I thought it'd be like at least like higher, but no,
I mean,
it's like
we'll
how is it so low?
we'll get onto
But,
this
like,
when we talk about
yeah.
Dinosaur, but my instinct is that because it is very different, well, not very different, but quite different from Gridman. Obviously, a large portion of the audience watching Dinosaur are holdovers from Gridman, and while there are obviously some people like, I assume Jack and I, that enjoy how different it is, there are going to be some people who see that it is different from Gridman and go, but I liked Gridman. Why aren't you just doing the exact same show? I don't like this. And
Well, there's
unfortunately,
also the contingent of people who just don't like mecha. For some reason,
Yeah.
a lot of mecha is not popular now.
and for some reason, those
I think
people
that's-
decided to watch the Mecha Show. Again,
Yeah.
that said, I can't really talk about that considering I was supposed to be one of those people who didn't like Mecha and started watching this anyway.
And I guess you like it now.
Yeah, I did
But
really
one-
like it, but we'll get onto that because
One of the interesting things is that like I don't know, Gridman was like I think Gridman was one of the more popular anime of its season.
it was.
Yeah.
And that was it was, and it's fall 2018. So it was going up against Zombieland Saga. It was going up against like Zombieland Saga, Slime, Bunny Girl Senpai.
Bloom into you.
I'm echoing. Well, Goblin Slayer was popular. Sao was starting its third season. JoJo Part 5 was a thing. And it still had like a decent fan base, but it was like, damn.
Anyways,
Also, I guess
But speaking
what's
of
that?
popular shows, My Hero
Ah, the
Academia season 5.
Okay, we're here.
I'm gonna make a
Yeah.
confession. I've fallen behind on My Hero.
Again, I haven't.
I have a lot
Okay,
to
I
watch
haven't,
on
like-
Saturdays.
That's fair.
There's like 8 anime on Saturdays, so like this
I think
like
I'm
I'm,
watching
I,
9.
again.
I'm
Again,
gonna-
like
I'm gonna
caught
try-
Up, I'm like
I'm gonna try and binge what English dub there is.
Hiraka's one of those shows where like, okay, I'm caught up with the manga for this,
Hmm.
so I'll just wait and hold over until it binge it.
I mean,
Even
that's-
though that,
I mean,
even
that's-
though I
yeah.
hear,
That's the thing. Any other show, and I would have to go, right, I've got to talk about this for the anime stream. I've got to watch it. But My Hero, because I've
Yeah.
read the manga, I can go, I've read the manga. I can at least talk broadly about what's happened.
no,
Yep.
but the thing is, I've also been following the anime, and apparently, the episode before the Bakugo Award was really good in terms of animation wise.
Oh yeah, no, they busted out all the Sakuga stops for Ida going just full flash
You had
on there.
Yutaka Nakamura back with it again.
Oh god
like,
damn.
Yeah, I think he did the Ida scene. you know,
I mean,
you know that.
were
scene.
there
But, like,
squares? Or were there cubes, sorry?
Yes.
Yes.
Then
it's
yes,
Nakamura. There's
then
always
yes,
cheats.
Yutaka Nakamura worked on that scene.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a
It's
very,
Yutaka
very,
Nakamura. There's-
very clear
there's
indicator of
cheats.
very clear indicator
Yeah.
of
But,
whether
like,
Nakamura has worked on a
they-
scene or not.
That
If there's
that that, that
cues.
episode almost
Not
got me wanted me to watch the show. Almost wanted me to like stop like watch the show right then and there. But it's like, you know, what, I've read the manga. I've got other stuff to do. I got other anime to watch. I could wait.
Honestly, like the Ida actually was not on screen all that much during that episode, but like when he
when
was,
he was
just going
oh
full steam. Oh, and
Yeah.
then there was also Todoroki unleashing his full power fire attack against Tetsu Tetsu.
yeah, Todoroki usually gets like all the good sequences whenever he does. I've noticed that.
I mean, for good reason. Todoroki's pretty great.
Yeah. I think he's actually the most popular, like the most favorited character out of like any Hiroka character on Mal and AniList. So he's
Not
very
surprising.
popular. Not surprising.
Yeah. Now, for controversial characters, we have Bakugo.
A lot of
Who,
people like him. A lot of people don't like him.
I mean, the
yeah,
stuff that that Bakugo's episode covered was rather controversial when it first came out in the manga. I'm not 100% sure why, because I read that stuff and went, wait, people were mad about this? This seems weird.
I think they're mad that
No,
it's so
no, it's-
one-sided.
I think part of it was some of it because it was like so one-sided. 1B didn't really get to do much. That again, the arc that Hiraka's covering is one of the weakest arcs in the entire series by popular opinion, if not the weakest. So that doesn't help. But at the same time, I think another part of it is the fact that, well, again, people who don't like Bakugo would go and ask like, what exactly has changed about him, or something like they don't think he's changed enough, or something like that. Although I think
It's
that's not
changed, it's
as
just
although I don't
It's
think
much-
that's as like big as like, oh yeah, Class 1B didn't really do much. It was too one-sided maybe. But then again, I don't think it was that controversial, especially comparing to if the next episode is Vindication. Yeah. That's
shit's
a
about to hit the
controversy.
fan.
That's the
Shit's
next.
about
If
to
the
hit
next
the fan.
episode's about if is any indication, if they cover what I think they're gonna cover, that's a controversy. That is a controversy. We've all read the manga, right?
Mhm.
So we know
Yes.
what
Yep.
we know what
We're
we're
not
talking
going
about.
to
So
say
like,
anything in detail though, because not everyone who's watching this has read the manga.
yeah, yeah. But
Have fun
hey,
with it,
it's
though.
a Bakugo episode. Yeah, it was fun. It was fun.
No, I'm saying have fun with the next
Just-
episode, though, for those who haven't
Oh
read
yeah,
the
have
manga.
fun with it.
I'm sure it'll be great.
honestly more excited for the second core, like many people are for
I
reasons.
mean, I'm just interested to see how it's done, but we will get to that next season.
Yeah. I can't wait. Anyway.
I mean,
Really fun stuff.
I mean, again, I haven't watched. I've only watched maybe a couple of episodes of this so far. I just haven't had time, but I'm gonna assume that it's pretty. It's still Hiroaka. It's still very well animated, even if some people won't admit it, and the characters are still, as
Yeah,
likable
it's
as ever.
still pretty good.
Yeah.
Again, yeah, I get.
People who
I'm
don't
like
get well animated
Hiraka.
are-
It's season 5. You know what to expect at this point.
I mean,
I've read the
yeah.
manga.
That's very much the
I've
issue.
read the manga.
That's very much the issue for Hiroaka. It's a season 5, and for better or worse, it hasn't, tried to change what it's done in terms of production. I personally believe that's for the better.
Doesn't really- I
makes
think
it
it's-
makes
no,
it more
I think-
consistent, and its standards are still very high. But that means that there is never going to be that, or that it's very rare that there's going to be that, Demon
Right.
Slayer episode 19, Jujutsu Kaisen episode 24, whatever.
No, I think
Level
no,
up,
I
we
think
got that with Ida and Todoroki showcase a couple episodes ago.
Fair enough.
no, Hiraka usually has like one or two episodes where they just go off like that. Like last season, you had Deku versus Overhaul, then Endeavor versus High End. This season, I'm not exactly sure. There's probably going to be one this season.
But guys,
but-
Infinite 100% clearly just made the fight too one-sided, and therefore it wasn't enjoyable at all. That is pretty much
Nah,
the basis
I
of a
enjoyed
comment
it.
I saw in the Crunchyroll comments.
Eh.
Because
I
apparently,
honestly prefer. I
go
wonder if
ahead.
they're just salty that Deku versus Overhaul won best fight.
Probably. I mean,
Although I would have
Probably.
preferred Endeavor versus High End, to be honest. Because that
Hmm.
episode was just really good. That episode was
yeah,
just really good. I'm not saying that fight isn't bad, isn't good, but like that's what I prefer. But anyway, again, it's Hiraka.
yeah.
One thing I think that like Hiraka's generally had a good for. I think Hiraka's generally had like looks good and has points where it looks great. Like its highs are still very high, but like when you have shows like Demon Slayer and Jujutsu Kaisen coming after it that look even better and can reach those highs, yeah, it kind of gets hard. It kind of gets hard to like stand out.
Hmm.
And again, they're also like Shonen Jump, so they're really popular. So it's not like they're obscure or anything. It's
I mean that's the
Demon
thing.
Slayer, Jujutsu
That's the
Kaisen.
thing. You look at Hiroaka's numbers everywhere, and they're still consistently high.
Yeah,
Hiroaka is still
like
incredibly popular. It just
there.
doesn't get the
Let
amount
me
of
show.
the amount of talk
Let me show
that
you something.
something newer does.
Yeah, let me show you. Let me show you something in chat because I recently looked this up, and I looked at like Google Trends for the top 5 anime on Mao, which were Hiraka, Nagatoro, To Your Eternity, Higahiro, and Tokyo Revengers. I'm gonna send it to you in podcast placeholder right in the Discord chat. But
Yeah, that makes sense.
I sent the picture. Just look at the gap.
Yeah,
The
no,
gap
that
between
absolutely makes
Hiraka
sense.
and everything else.
So
It's like there's
to
no
give
spike,
you
but like it's just consistent.
to
Yeah.
give the people at home who can't see it a an idea, um, Nagatoro, To Your Eternity, Higahiro, and Tokyo Revengers are all probably about at most. I think Nagatoro probably has the highest at about 10 to 15
What? No,
percent.
they were. I think it was 13. Like Hiraka was at 80,
Yeah,
and Nagatoro was the most. It was like 13. Hiraka was like at 80. Yeah, this is what it means to be mainstream, and I think the people who are, I honestly think at this point, the people who are really passionate about Hiraka have all just read the manga. Like we're all reading the manga just like we are right now. I know Mill is doing it per volume, which is nice
yes, I
because
am.
you don't get to agonize every week.
Oh no,
What's
I get
gonna
to
No, you
happen
get
agonize.
agonized every few months.
I
Oh
get
yeah,
to,
you get to agonize.
I get to agonize over a few
What?
months, and I also get to agonize every week about whether I'm going to be spoiled or not.
Oh yeah.
Though
Alright.
at this,
Can't do anything about that.
I can if it happens before the official release is out. At which point I block them.
Yeah,
And
and it's all over Twitter.
it does appear that I
Yeah.
have. At the very least, the people who are going to talk about spoilers are going to be like retweeted or liked onto my timeline. I have blocked them by now.
It helped that like it just reminds me of the time when like Hiraka posted like
Anyways,
when
we're
Hiraka
getting
had
off
like
topic, guys.
yeah, we're getting off topic.
So let's
There was
move
just one
on.
thing I wanted to mention.
Okay,
Anyway.
go ahead. Go ahead.
No, it was fine. I was gonna say it reminded me of the time when like the whole American election was happening, and during that, Hiraka posted like major spoilers, and that was trending during a
That
major
entire week
election.
was a weird clusterfuck
That
because there
was
was
a
also the
weird
weird thing
week.
with Supernatural.
That was a weird week, but like again, that's how mainstream Hiraka's become.
Speaking
That's
of
how
weird,
big it's been.
let's move on to Odd Taxi.
I need to watch this show because I've
Conspicuous
heard
tab,
nothing
as
but
I like.
amazing things. Yeah, I kept.
I fucking
Conspicuous
That
tab.
fucking screenshot.
as soon as I saw that, I went, "No, this is the screenshot. This is the screenshot. I don't care if I don't care that this is like
Screenshot. I haven't watched the series, but like out of context.
I
Oh,
don't
boy.
care that this happened in what episode 5, and there
Yeah.
was 3 episodes
Yeah.
after that I could have gotten a screenshot from. No, this was exactly what I wanted to show because it's just so I've just timed the screenshot right so that what's his face Imai is just looking disapproving at him.
It worked out great.
But yeah, this is fucking ramped up of last 4 episodes.
Pause it
It
because
has been
I'm actually gonna
described as
watch this now. Because I'm
I've
actually
seen
gonna
this
watch
described-
this. What?
I've seen this described as an anime written by Quentin Tarantino, and
Yes, I've heard about that. and it's so interesting.
The dialogue just feels very Tarantino-esque, and it works so well.
Well,
Like, holy
I'm
shit.
fairly sure I read somewhere that for some of the scenes they had the voice actors record the dialogue and then they animated the scene.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Yeah, that happens. That happens sometimes. In some
It's a
shows,
lot
sometimes you have the
rarer.
voice.
It's a lot rarer than the other way around.
Oh,
Yeah.
for sure. But the character that I want to
Last time
mention,
I remember.
the character that I want to mention most is fucking Yano.
Oh Jesus, yeah.
That man just walks
The
around rapping.
The rapping porcupine.
Voiced by a legit Japanese rapper, and it's fucking great.
Damn.
But yeah, poor Kakihana.
I
Poor
mean, Kakihana
Kakihana.
should have known better, but at the same time, like, he does not deserve that.
I mean, yes, he should have thought with his dick just a little bit less, but yeah. I mean, it's just sad for him.
Dude, Kakihana's a dude in his 40s, and the girl is just barely an adult. What was he expecting?
I mean,
What
he
expecting
was
to happen?
pretending to be some rich dude, so I assume he was hoping for a gold digger wife. I don't fucking know, man.
How was he expecting that to pan out when he was in debt?
I don't know, man. He was not. Clearly, all the blood in his upper brain had flooded to his lower body.
That would not surprise me.
The other big thing is that we are edging closer and closer to the reveal that, in fact, everyone is not an animal. That's just how Odokawa sees them.
Yeah, no. The most recent episode actually has his Dr. Goriki basically seemed to tacitly confirm it by having by showing everyone including Arakawa a picture of Kakihana's silhouette
Which obviously,
at night.
Odokawa and we as the audience can clearly see as Kakihana because he's got a very distinct silhouette as, what is he, a monkey of some sort?
A monkey, yes.
Yeah. But nobody else can realise that. Nobody else can tell. The other thing that the thing that Odokawa is doing is he's technically working with Dobu, but is also double crossing him in a very clever way. Because he's got the cop known as Little Daimon on board and has recorded not only Dobu's plot, but also the fact that Big Daimon is working with Dobu. Meanwhile, what's his face? Tanaka is still walking around trying to shoot Odokawa.
Oh yeah, that plot thread.
That's
fun.
Tanaka's clearly gonna come across Odokawa at the worst possible time.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Also, as I said before, I think it is absolutely brilliant just how brutal this show's takedown of gotcha and gambling mindsets is.
Also, takedown of fucking Kawasawa's whole deal, because he is not coming out of this well.
No. Though apparently he's going to come out of this in some way. Judging by the next episode preview for the most recent episode. That's a hell of a shot to end the preview on, I will say.
Yeah. What else is there? I mean, what's his name? Shibagaki is just sad at this point. I feel real bad for him. He's the bald dude.
Yeah, it's really sucky for him to just have to deal with like everything that's going on.
Well, it's just his partner becoming more successful.
yeah, it's kind of a subdued kind of sad.
Mm.
I do think that he and his partner and that one idol girl make for a cute couple, though.
Mm. Yeah. Uh,
Like, it's nice to see like a little backstage romance type
yeah.
thing going on.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just trying to find the name of the partner. Is he not? Is he not on the Mal list? That's weird. Oh no, there he is, Baba. That's it, Baba. He was right at the top. Uh, so yeah.
Alphabetical order.
Mm. So yeah, so that's happening there. Yamamoto is maybe not as much of a dick as first seemed. Obviously, he's still a dick because he's working for the mob, but he does seem to want to get out of the mob life via the idol life.
But that's not really a great plan.
I mean, no.
It does not seem to be panning out for him all that well.
In fairness, not many people's plans are panning out well.
No, no, they are not. This is what happens when you have a bunch of fairly intelligent people all running counter plans against each other.
Are we talking about Osamake now?
No, we're talking about.
No.
We're still talking about Otaxi.
Ah. Okay.
The final thing that I think we need to talk about is the fact that Odokawa's house guest is still very ominous.
We don't know if it's an actual person or if it's an imaginary friend at this point.
Yeah. All we know is that a body was fished out of the river, and Odokawa took that to say, well, now you can't leave. And
That's
yeah.
not fucking ominous at all.
Yeah. So we will have to see what the fuck happens in these next 5 episodes, I believe. We still got left for Taxi. 9, 10,
Still
11,
have
12,
five
13.
fucking episodes.
Yeah,
Hot
5
damn.
episodes. 5 episodes.
Hot diggity damn.
That's a long time for Tanaka to just be wandering around.
Yep. He's not going to be wandering around for all those episodes.
Probably not.
Anyways, moving on.
To Osamake.
Oh, this one is a fun one. So, this scene actually has a really good moment where these guys are meeting with an asshole producer, and he said asshole producer trash talks the childhood friend, the girl in the center, Kuroha, and the main character eventually gets fed up with it and dumps wine over the asshole producer's head, which is
Good for them.
honestly a pretty nice moment.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we also have the fact that the two central characters are at this moment currently arguing because she lied to him, and he is rightfully very angry about it, and unfortunately went a bit too far in how he responded by saying some somewhat hurtful insults. Other characters have commented that she's in the wrong for the most part, but he also didn't handle the situation the best. So at least there is some nuance there, and they're not painting him as the bad person over this.
Mm.
Which is more than can be said about most rom-coms I've seen, where it's like, oh, no, the girl's completely right and the guy is completely wrong in this situation, which is a trope I hate.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it was
Yeah.
it was part of the reason I hated Momsakai so much.
Yeah, at least this one is handling with nuance in that, like, no, she's in the wrong here, but he could have handled this situation a lot better than he did.
Mm.
Yeah.
So I appreciate this level of actual complexity rather than falling back on tired tropes. But this one is gearing up for a new short arc that could be potentially interesting. or it could crash and burn. I don't know. This one is a few steps above Juron, but I am also just watching it because it is dumb fun and I'm enjoying that.
That's fair.
I do not expect a lot of complexity, and what good, slightly nuanced stuff I do get is a pleasant surprise as a result. But that is the note I will end this quick review on. I want to breeze through the quicker stuff if we can, because we still have so much stuff to cover.
Yeah.
I'll try to be quick about our next show then. Pretty Boy Detective Club. The show is still insane. The show is still incredibly insane.
How so?
So, episodes 5, 6, and 7. Episode 5 was the second episode of the casino arc, in which the con that was being run was the head of the casino, what's his name, Fidatsky Lai, was cheating by having somebody wearing a suit that made them invisible read his opponent's cards or whatever, at which point the person would then obviously tell Lai what they were, or signal what they were, or something like that. At which point Sotuin, who I didn't mention this last time out, I should have mentioned this, he is a 5th grader.
So is his opponent smarter than a 5th grader?
No, because once again he cross-dressed for no apparent reason. I don't know why he keeps doing it, but he does.
Maybe he just likes it.
I mean, yeah, if he likes it, more power to him. It's just come out of nowhere. And they beat him fairly handily. Then the next arc, the Pretty Boy in the Attic. Basically, the concept was the Pretty Boy Detective Club found a bunch of paintings in the roof above their club room, which used to be the art room, which were supposed to have people in them, which were like copies of famous paintings that were supposed to have people in them, but were just landscapes. It became a bigger mystery in that apparently the former art teacher painted a painting of the auditorium with a bunch of students in attendance in the auditorium, and then managed to get rid of the students later on when the art program got cut and the art teacher took that badly. This is a fucking weird show, but I am enjoying it.
All that matters.
Yeah.
That's all that matters.
It's also got my favorite OP of the season, by far.
Yeah, I've heard the OP is really good.
I mean, the song is by Sumika.
Sumika, who did.
There are a lot of good OPs that we haven't talked about so far on this. Like
86 is a bop. 86 is good.
That's really fucking good. Joron has a really good OP.
Yeah.
Moriarty has a good OP.
Moriarty is a good OP.
Odd Taxi has a fucking great OP.
I'm not as much of a fan of Odd Taxi's OP. I've skipped it every time.
Well,
I'm more of a fan of Odd Taxi's ED.
That's true.
Hiraka and Aruma have weaker OPs than previous seasons, but I still enjoy them. Vivi's OP though.
Vivi's OP is really good.
Oh my goodness! I think it's my favorite OP of the season.
Shadow's House is a good OP and probably my favorite ED of the season, honestly.
Oh yeah, I think Shadow's House is like everyone's favorite ED of the season.
Just so fucking
I
good.
think they had the EV and the OP switched at one point, so it was easier to get visibility. But
Pretty Boy's OP is done by Sumika, so it's a really catchy song. And on the subject of the song, the music video they did for it was apparently done all in one take, so it was a one-er. on the third time of
Oh.
asking, and it's also the most insane music video I've seen since Easy Breezy, which was
Okay.
pretty fucking insane.
Yeah, Easy Breezy was insane.
But the actual visuals, they have dancing segments, which I'm all for. So,
Mm.
but yeah, there's also like there was a bit of a subplot in the most recent arc of what's her face, Mayumi not feeling like a proper member of the club, which got resolved when she came up with the correct theory for why or how the painting of the auditorium was suddenly de-studented, which is not a word, but fuck you. I am English. The language is English. Therefore, I can come up with whatever words I want. Filthy
I mean, English is
colonials.
a language where I can make up words on the time.
Yeah,
English
I make
is just
words
a
all the
weird
time.
language. English is just a weird language in general, so I don't
it's
blame
incredibly
you.
weird.
It's a
English is
weird.
3 languages in a trench coat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love when Jed said that because that's perfect.
But yeah, this is a weird show, and if you can get past the weirdness of Hyota's legs constantly being on view, and the fact that Nagahiro has a something like 6-year-old fiance that he may or may not be happy with, and just Sotuin's whole vibe. Murata is having the time of his life voicing him, but But fucking Sotuin comes out with lines like the screenshot. In my opinion, a perpetrator's confession does not count as evidence.
What?
What?
I mean,
Basically, I
What?
think what he was trying to get at there is he doesn't want to be told the answer by the perpetrator. He only wants to hear the perpetrator's confession to confirm his suspicion, or one of the other members' suspicions. I think
So he's
that's.
an arrogant asshole.
Yeah.
I mean, Pretty Boy Detective Club. It comes with the territory.
yeah.
Anyway, moving on to Saint's magic power.
Is unlimited.
While you're doing this, I'm writing down the actual names for Thunderbolt Fantasy characters, so I'm ready for when that comes up.
Yeah. Tom.
Wow. You have plenty of time.
Yeah, but these are
Anyways.
these are two shows where I'm not going to be talking much, so I'll have an opportunity to not pay attention.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Fair enough.
Anyways, this one is starting to crank up a little bit. We actually had an episode that focused on the other girl who got brought over to the fantasy world and how she's doing, as well as the dumbass prince who summoned her, and he's a lot more introspective about than you'd think he'd be, but at the same time, he's also a stubborn idiot. So things are likely going to go badly for him, especially since he doesn't seem to be realizing that he is still actively fucking things up by isolating his ward. So yeah, that's fun. But on the other hand, the blooming romance between Sei and Albert, I believe his name was. Let me double check. It was Albert or Hawk. But the guy in the guy with her in the screen cap. I like the developing romance between the two. It's really nice and sweet, and it feels natural and organic. It's not too rushed. Oh, his name is Albert Hawk. I was right on both counts.
Okay.
But yeah, their romance is really nice and sweet. I also like the Sei's mentor, who is the strongest mage in the kingdom. And he gives off really fun vibes as being like what's the I know there's a similar character, but he's like really super excitable about interesting magic stuff.
Oh,
And,
fucking Wizard King in Black Clover.
Yes, kind of
okay.
like that. He gives off similar vibes. and he's basically really fascinated to study what Sei can do, and he's actually disappointed when he finds out that she did a trick and she doesn't know how to replicate it. And he extracts a promise from her to like tell him the moment she pulls off the trick again. But yeah, it's really fun. This is a really good series, I think, and I like the episode before the most recent one. I think was really good with communicating the other girls just sense of isolation and wanting to reach out to Sei and or just another character outside of her very limited current social circle. She just wants to make friends and try to adapt to being in this strange environment. And she's kind of trapped in her current situation. And it's communicated so subtly without any real dialogue about it. It's almost all visual. I think that's really good storytelling. But yeah, no, this is a pretty good show, and I would recommend it.
Yeah. Okay.
I feel like it's kind of underrated, honestly.
There's a lot of shows that are underrated, to be honest.
This is a really fucking stacked season, and anything that
too many shows.
amazing is gonna fall by the wayside, unfortunately.
Anything that isn't either amazing or like popular out the get-go. So like Nagatoro, again, this isn't really amazing, but it was one of the most popular manga. So that's why.
Speaking of an apparently great show, Shadow's House.
Yep.
I hear this one's
I will
underrated.
stick with this, and Nut Shadow's House has the best ED of the season by far.
I mean,
Yeah,
I'm pretty in love with Mars Reds.
Mars Red is a close second for me, but this is still my favorite ED in the season. Just like the very airy, wispy singing in it really gets me for some reason. But anyways, right now they are on on the debut arc, which I don't know how long that's going to last, but I think it's going to take up a good chunk of the remainder of the season. Because it's a pretty extended arc about the faces and shadows of the main cast, basically working to impress this asshole in the screenshots, so that they can pass their debut, which seems to be a sort of test of their abilities as shadow and face.
Call me when he becomes a giraffe.
Please stop. Is he voiced by Kenjiro Suda?
I don't know. You would know better
who?
than me. I will check.
Wait, who? Who?
I'm checking right now. Nope. He is voiced by Wataru Hatano.
What did Wataru Hatano do?
Looking at that right now, but he did not voice the giraffe to my knowledge.
Yeah.
No, he did not voice the giraffe. He's Shinso.
Ah.
So from Hiro Aka?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck.
It's actually relevant this season.
Yeah. Dang. Honestly, I think his voice for Edward fits a lot better than his voice for Shinso. I think Shinso is too deep.
Well, it's also incredibly deep in the dub.
Yes, Shinso just has a naturally deep voice for a kid his age.
Yeah.
I actually don't think. Speaking of Kenjiro Suda, I actually don't think he's in a lot of anime this season. Well,
This
actually,
season?
no, never mind. He's in 4.
He's the narrator. He's the narrator for To Your Eternity, dude.
He's the narrator.
We'll address that once we get to Your Eternity. But yes.
Yeah, he's also in The World Ends With You, House Husband, and Slime Diaries. So okay.
See, we both dropped The World Ends With You, so that's not really relevant.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways,
I just never got a chance to watch it. So
No,
it's not gonna
Mill
really
and I
anything
dropped
about it. Oh yeah, okay, yeah.
Don't bother watching it. Play the game.
Yeah. Anyways, Shadow's House is still
money.
very good.
I'm not rich.
And-
Anyway.
And I do really love the protagonist duo. They have a really great really great chemistry with one another, and Emilico is just a wonderful ray of sunshine.
Mm.
Anyways, moving on to
Slime
Slim.
Diaries. Still been hit or miss for me.
Yeah. So, did you wind up loving the bit where Milim punches Gabiru into the sky?
I was a fan of that. I was also a fan of poor Goblin Elder Terry Crews having to clean up after Milim.
I knew you'd love that scene. It's just such a great use of his rage face.
Mm. What are you talking about? He wasn't mad.
Oh, that was great.
Surprised you didn't use Milim punching Gabu for the screenshot, since you don't like Gabiru.
Nah. Unless I see something really, unless there's no good shot from the most recent episode, or there is a really good shot that I can't not use from preceding episode, I'll generally go for something from the most recent episode just to make it the most, recent thing. And this was a good shot.
Yeah, it was really funny how both of them hyped themselves up at being the absolute master at digging up sweet potatoes.
Yeah.
I feel like this episode had just the right amount of milliminutes, honestly.
Yeah. What didn't I like from these 4 episodes that we're covering? I was not a fan of Rimuru being dressed up in sexy costumes. It just kind of felt gross.
I mean, the one thing I will say that Chizue's reaction to Rimuru being dressed in a bunny girl costume was kind of funny.
It was. I knew that scene was coming because it was one of the clips that Crunchyroll posted on YouTube. And so when I started watching the episode, I was like, I'm not going to laugh at this scene. I don't like that this is happening. And then Shizui's reaction happened. I was like, damn it, I can't stop myself from chuckling. Damn it! I want to dislike this, but I can't stop chuckling at this.
Because it's genuinely funny.
I know. I'm disappointed in myself. I should have been better.
I am too. I know, but the cross-dressing gag, I do appreciate that it's not played as a gag too much in this.
Mm.
Most of the other jokes in this are pretty good.
I mean,
especially
what I like about this is this became especially apparent in the most recent episode. In the main series, not a lot of these characters get much of a spotlight.
Yeah.
It's mostly Rimuru and maybe 2 or 3 others. In this one, everyone is getting a spotlight, and it's great because they're really fun characters. I love seeing Gobta so much because he's fucking hilarious. He's so dumb.
I also love that one scene in the most recent episode where what's her name just manhandles Gobta.
Ririna, I think it is.
Yeah,
something like that.
She seems like a sweet and doting character, and then she just like.
Yeah. I love every single fucking scene that Geld is in.
Geld is just so pure and nice.
I think he's been the fucking standout of this series. Because every single scene has just been so nice and so funny. Who else? I mean, Ranga's always funny.
Ranga is the good boy. Oh, that one scene where Shion catches him being petted by Milim.
Yeah.
That was funny as hell.
Yeah. What else is there? I mean, I liked seeing Shuza-san. I just wish she'd appeared more in that episode. She only really appeared at the start and the end.
Yeah.
Shizu was obviously the thing that really kicked off Slime. Certainly me, considering I hated the episodes prior to her turning up. what else? Wasn't especially a fan of. Well, I'm not especially a. This is uh, tantamount to, or this is reason for execution in the slime fandom. But I'm not a massive fan of Veldora, and so his scene reacting to Rimuru giving a piggyback to Milim was just not particularly funny.
I could see that.
I still don't know what the fuck has gone on with Hakuro's design, but he's pretty great.
Yeah. Seeing him just utterly school the goblins whenever they try to bullshit on him is funny.
I think the actual story, like the character focus that I'm not a massive fan of, is Soe and what's her face?
Soka?
Soka, yeah, just because it doesn't really seem to go anywhere.
Yeah, I can see that.
And it's
I do
sort
appreciate
of
them getting more screen time, but it's like
yeah,
it seems mostly dedicated to either really lame jokes or ship teasing.
yeah. As much I entirely saw it coming, but Trainee just giving this big goodbye and then just being back at the bar tickled me.
That was funny, yeah.
Again,
Rimuru was being like, "I knew it."
I knew you'd be back here, damn it! And it's like everyone knew she'd be back there, but it's just funny. Yeah, I mean it's. Other than comedy, it's probably my least favorite show, but it is a decent enough time. I'm not gonna drop it probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, as said, I have complaints, and if if you're one of the people who watch the main series and are going, I don't like that it's becoming more action orientated, this is the series for you, because this really is just day to day life in Tempest.
This is very much a slice of life.
Yeah.
I'm not apologizing for the pun.
Yeah,
I was just
yeah.
working
No, that's
out
a
whether
cute pun.
I was just working out whether you'd managed to pull it off properly or not, and I think you did.
Thank you.
I would have gone for slice of slime, but it's to each their
Yeah,
own.
slice of. Yeah.
Yes. Anyways, moving on to another isekai with an overpowered protagonist. Spider Sakai, which is another carryover.
Have fun
And
with this
here
one.
we have Kumiko chilling out in a boat made of her own webbing. So, spoilers for all of this, but Kumiko has made out of the dungeon and she is living the high life, having gained immortality. And oh, wait, her mother is coming after her, and so is the Demon Lord. And she somehow managed to find herself being worshipped by a bunch of people because she can heal things and is a spider.
Spider Jesus.
Kinda, I guess. She basically finds herself conflated with a religious figure because she is a spider who has magic powers, who heals stuff and protects people. She's also still kind of an asshole though, which is nice because I appreciate her having a bit of an edge to her rather than just being like a potato who is generically nice and does nice things all the time. Like, Kumiko does some fucked up shit. She literally slaughters a fuck ton of wasps because they're in her way. And actually jokes about making elves endangered after she comes across too many elf assassins after going after a baby.
Mm.
But yeah, I do appreciate that Kumiko does not really operate on normal human morality. It does make it feel more realistic that she is, in fact, a spider now, and wouldn't really fall into normal human moral trappings. I also do appreciate that the show has worked to flesh out its human cast a little bit. and it was confirmed a little while ago that the spider side stuff and the human side stuff are taking place on a different time scale. Namely, Kumoko's segments take place about 15 years before the human segments.
Okay, I need to catch up to that because that's interesting.
Yeah. I don't want to go too deeply into spoiler
Yeah,
territory
because
because
that's seriously interesting because that changes a lot of things.
yeah, there's a
Because now I'm
lot.
curious.
So the thing is, this story has a lot of plot stuff going on, and keeping track of all of it is actually starting to get pretty challenging in a very good way. Like there's a lot of lore and story stuff that is interweaving, pardon the pun, and it's leading to some interesting developments, I think. But yeah, Spyro Sky continues to be a good time, and I am enjoying myself with it. The CG could use some work here and there, though.
Speaking of
Okay.
speaking of good times and CG, I wouldn't say CG needs work in this case. Quad S Dinosaur.
Dinosaur!
So
So
this
yeah,
is confirmed to be a sequel to Gridman.
yes,
Just basically. So
this show forced me to watch Gridman to keep up. In fairness,
yeah.
it means that I got to know Anchi and his terrible personality.
Auntie is so funny.
As
He's
certainly as I said in Discord, and as a couple of other people have said, his looks may have gotten a glow up. His personality did not.
yeah. I mean, puberty hit him and Anocilius like a fucking truck.
Well, it hit Anocilius so fucking hard that I didn't recognize her even when I went through the Gridman cast list.
Yeah, no, that it's been a good 5+ years for them at least. I
yeah.
think
Yeah. But,
because both of them have grown up quite a bit. They
Yeah.
seem to be teenagers at this point.
Yeah. As if Auntie needed even more reason to be a dick.
Teenagers are in fact assholes. Yes.
So, end of episode 5 was the fucking the fucking suicide cliffhanger. It still makes me laugh. Episode 6 was the one where let me
We finally see Grid Knight in this series.
Well, Grid Knight arrived, but it was also Onija and Mujina working together to instance domination of Kaiju, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, that was funny and interesting. I do like that those two have actually started growing closer as like much more friendly, and
yeah,
they seem to be much more on the same wavelength now, which might actually be foreshadowing something. I don't know. It's hard to tell with this show because anything could be foreshadowing.
I think there is going to come a point where the Kaiju eugenicists are going to basically split. And based on my instinct, it's probably going to be Glasses Guy who becomes the sort of overall villain. Whereas I feel like it's much more likely that
the only one. Yeah, Glasses Guy seems to be the only one who doesn't really have any human connections to anyone else.
Like Mujina and Onija very much seem like they could come over to the Dinosaur side, and frankly, Suzumu is basically there already.
Suzumu is has kind of an understated level of character development, I think.
Oh, I absolutely adore him. I absolutely love him, and not just because he's voiced by Koki Uchiyama, but just he is a really interesting character in that he is so understated and doesn't really, he doesn't talk a lot, but when he does, it's generally always of importance.
Yeah, it's really nice to have someone who has more subtle character development than like, oh, I'm having this big character arc. Come watch it over here with popcorn.
I mean, it's nice to have some subtlety in a series about giant robots punching each other.
Yeah, this series is actually overall very subtle with its character development. I think.
Oh no, it is. I mean, fucking, oh, poor Koyomi.
Yeah,
That
no,
poor,
he's going through stuff.
that poor 33-year-old bastard. Because yeah, he's fucking
love how
33.
I love how you reacted when I told you he was 33.
I did
You
not
basically
believe it. He looks in his early to mid 20s.
Yeah, no, he's a full 7 years older than I am.
And you know, the fact that he is 33 does make me think, you know what, what Chisei has been saying about him, you know, being a NEET is probably fair. But clearly he has some sort of horrible backstory with his teacher
Former
friend.
classmate slash.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't remember what her name is.
I
And
don't remember either.
And frankly, I'm not sure Koyomi does at this point, considering he drank himself into a stupor because of her. At which point he got.
I do.
Go ahead.
He got his mech stolen by Mujina.
Yeah.
That interaction was also really funny.
Yeah.
Like up until that point, Mujina was actually like really stoic and such, but like I think that actually spurred some character development in her to actually get her to be more emotive.
No, it absolutely did, because that's when she starts fucking getting on with Onishi more.
Yeah. AKA the hot-blooded member of the Genesis.
So that's 6 and 7. Episode 8 was really fucking interesting because the Kaiju Genesis weren't a fucking factor in this episode at all. They went out fucking bowling and watched a movie.
Watching a movie.
They were just out having fucking fun. Meanwhile, fucking Galva got inked. Which was hilarious by this tiny by this tiny kaiju.
Yeah.
Which they then hunt down because Galma is pissed. But they rightfully say that at that point it's not really doing anything wrong. At most it's vandalizing stuff. And so it would be wrong to kill it just yet. Which starts the entire Dinosaur team trying to instance domination it, which is a great gag, because fucking Chisei is just went both barrels towards Galma for not being able to instance domination it, but apparently Yomugi might have been able to.
You know, it was really unclear.
What wasn't unclear is that when it grows fucking skyscraper tall, he does manage to do it for a second because his fucking eye glows.
Yeah.
He doesn't manage to hold it, but he manages to get its fucking attention. And I think the what we were supposed to get is that he was. It was because of him that it climbed onto the roof of the building rather than staying on the wall, which meant that he and Auntie could shoot it without hitting the building.
Which Yume was in at the time,
yeah.
by the way.
Yeah, Yume was in it and had dropped her mech.
Yeah, people be losing their mechs lately. Also, I don't like what we see at the end of the episode with what's apparently a kaiju seed growing in Chisei's hand.
Yeah. Though what is nice about the end of the episode is, at the start of that episode, when they hit a dead end with Yume's investigation of her sister, Yomugi tried to basically ask her out, and failed completely. It was such an awkward scene. Those two are so awkward together, and it's fantastic. I love it to bits.
I love their relationship. It's absolutely wonderfully developed.
Because
I like the slow burn.
Because it is just so much awkward teenageness. But at the end of the episode, they're back on the bus. They're back on fucking Oh, I should not be forgetting names. They're back on Arkane's bus because she was fucking on that thing so much in Gridman. Um,
Yeah.
and Yume
There's
does.
so many.
There
There's
are.
so many subtle callbacks to Gridman.
Yeah. Um, but, you know, Yume does clearly realize that Yomugi was affected by his instance domination of the kaiju. And, you know, asks him out for a meal, which is really, really nice. Really cute.
I really hope to at least end the series starting to go out because they make such a great couple, honestly.
I mean, yes, I really want it to happen because what was really disappointing, or what was quite disappointing about Gridman, and it was understandable given the fact that Yuta was basically. There was an explanation given because Yuta was basically taken over by Gridman for the entirety of the show. But I was disappointed that there seemed to be maybe an episode or two of teasing Yuta and Rika getting together, and then nothing happened after that.
Yeah.
And again, it is
So
explained that was actually Yuta's. You know, Yuta was actually Gridman the entire time, and those couple of episodes was actually Yuta's feelings bleeding through before Gridman shoved them down because he's Gridman.
Mm-hmm.
But I am glad that
Honestly, I feel...
that this one isn't, you know, getting dropped the same way.
Yeah, I feel like the relationship between these two leads is a lot better and a lot more. The progress feels a lot better on it.
Yeah. I think that's about it.
I am looking forward to next week, and
well, tomorrow.
We still have a third of
tomorrow.
Yeah, we still have a third of the season left to go on this one. What the fuck is gonna happen in the next 4 episodes?
No, I'm enjoying the shit out of this. This is my 4th favorite show this season, not counting sequels.
This is also my top 5.
Yeah,
this is also my top 5.
This is 4th. However, the show that it is falling to, Super Cub. I fucking love this show. This show is superb.
I love the show.
A lot of people love it.
I actually have not been able to watch the most recent episode yet.
I will try not to mention anything from it then, which is a shame because I fucking loved the episode. But
I will say I have met the girl in the center. She was in episode 7, I believe.
Yes, she was. I do want to explain
She's so fucking short.
Yeah, she is. She is fucking tiny. I do want to explain just the context of it. This is like right at the start of the episode. So the short girl, she invites Reiko and Koguma to her family's shop to say thank you for the for helping with the culture festival. And obviously Reiko, well, Koguma doesn't know where it is. Reiko frequents it, but she is riding a pedal bike, and so Reiko says, "Do you want me to pull you along?" To which Koguma very tartly replies, "I've seen people go merrily right into a ditch while doing that." I just love Koguma's personality because she's developed such a fun sense of humor, and it is fantastic.
Koguma is such an understated protagonist.
She really is.
I love it.
So, we'll cover 5, 6, and 7. 5 was a full-on Reiko episode, which was really nice.
That was a really intense episode. Honestly.
Yeah, and it was really cool because the tone of the music clearly shifts. Because when Koguma's the protagonist, the music is very soft and slow and understated. When it got to fucking Reiko's episode, it went full on like rock
hard
music.
Rock, yeah.
Like intense, and it was fantastic.
Yeah, like there was actual tension in the episode too.
Yeah.
Like Reiko keeps trying to get to the top of the mountain and she keeps failing, and every time you think maybe she'll get it this time.
Yeah.
But she doesn't.
Yeah, and that's the thing. She doesn't manage to do it, which is, really interesting and really interesting way to take it. Um, that
She
said,
also busts up her bike in the process.
oh yeah, completely. It's basically. I'm not sure if it's unfixable, but I think it's basically a case of it would cost more to fix it than a new bike would. Um,
Yeah.
but just because it's a Reiko episode doesn't mean we are deprived of Koguma, which again is great because she very bluntly says, "Trying to ride up Mount Fuji was a dumb idea."
Yeah, especially in her beat up old bike too.
Yeah. What was also really good after Reiko finished telling Koguma about her holiday. Reiko and Koguma had a sleepover, and it was just so fucking adorable. And just the way that Koguma was cocooned in that sleeping bag was so fucking great.
Koguma is just so precious. I love
Yeah.
her.
I absolutely adore her. Um, episode 6. What was episode 6? Give me a second. I'm gonna have to check the
Trying to
A&M
remember.
reviews because I don't 100% remember that one either.
Episode 6 kind of has the issue of being sandwiched between the really memorably intense episode 5 and
Oh no, I
episode
fucking
7.
remember that one. I remember it now. Koguma's class is supposed to go on a trip to Kamakura, and unfortunately,
Shit.
Koguma develops a fever and so can't go. The issue is, a few hours later, like maybe 2-3 hours later, when she's already missed the bus, she tests again and her fever's gone away. Except Koguma is so fucking set on getting those fucking local sweet treats so that she decides, you know what, fuck it, I'm gonna get on my bike and I'm gonna fucking drive to Kamakura. And
I love how Reiko's reaction to it is not like, shit girl, what the hell? And
Yeah.
they're like, shit girl, what the hell? I wanted to do that.
And no, there's also the fact that she stops by Mount Fuji on the way, like goes part way up and goes, I'm letting you off with this much this time. Just like, oh my god, I love you so much. And then when she gets to the place where they're staying, literally only like a couple of minutes ahead of the bus, and while the teachers are chewing her out and she's like bowing apologetically with Reiko, one of the teachers goes, well, I suppose it's fine. She's clearly sorry about it. And Koguma's still bowed over, and you can see her smile, and you know she's not fucking sorry at all. She is not
She's a
sorry
little
at
shit
all.
about it. She's just such a little shit about it, and I love
Yeah.
her.
Oh, I just absolutely adore her. I really do, and it's again, it's just such a nice show to watch, and just watch her, just driving from. I can't really remember for sure where they are, but I think it's obviously past Mount Fuji. It's whereas Kamakura is, I believe, northwest of Japan.
Something like that.
West northwest Japan, something like that. And it's a really long journey. Like it's clearly the longest journey Koguma has ever taken on her cub. But it is just, and the best part is she gets to drive on the road that Reiko really really wanted to see.
Reiko was so jealous of her. It's great.
Oh, it's so fucking fantastic. I loved this episode. I can't believe I forgot about it. Episode 7 is
Same.
also really good.
I think it's because episode 7 I watched it fairly recently.
Yeah.
So that one's the one that's stuck in my head right now.
But yeah, episode 7 is great because basically what happens is there's been a mix-up and no teacher is available to go pick up the espresso machine that Koguma and Reiko's class needed to use in the Culture Festival Italian cafe that they were going to do. And just as Koguma and Reiko are walking out, somebody mentions, oh, could we use a bike? No, a bike couldn't do that. Koguma just stops and turns, just like, are you shit-talking motorbikes? I'm gonna fucking show you how good motorbikes are.
Yeah.
Oh god. Uh, so they basically go and get it, and it's at the same school that Koguma was traveling to on her summer job. So we get another nice interaction with that teacher.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and yeah, the other thing is that autumn and winter is clearly coming, and Reiko and Koguma are clearly talking about having to winterproof their bike and their gear. So we get a few scenes of that happening, which is again very nice. It's just a really nice show,
It is.
and I wish I could talk about episode 8 because I've really enjoyed episode 8 as well. It was
Sorry, dude.
It's fine. It was a really nice episode.
It came out yesterday, and I was really focused on trying to finish Mass Effect 1.
I need
Sorry.
to talk to you about that afterwards, but let's move on to those Snow White notes.
Bucket, hell yeah. Dude, the most recent episode had a really good Shamisen performance, I think.
It did. No, look. The best thing about this show is the musical performances.
I'm still sad that the OP changed. I liked the first OP.
I wasn't that attached to it personally.
But yeah, no, Mai just fucking stole the show when
Yeah.
she performed.
Oh yeah.
Like, she basically, slammed down a Bring It On note to, to both Yui and to, sorry.
Well, unfortunately for her, the person she was really trying to challenge left partway through.
That was funny. Just like,
Okay,
Setsu,
where is he?
I am-
What's his face after hearing that? He fucking left. That son of a bitch.
fucking love how nonchalant Setsu is about basically everything.
I mean, look, as I said, the music performances are great. The character work is spotty at best, I would say.
I do like that, despite him leaving partway through, he is actually affected by Mai's performance and actually is like, you know what? I'm gonna alter our performance a little bit so I can actually challenge that.
No, Setsu's character work I have no problem with. It's everybody else's that is less good. Shuri, I would say, is the best of the rest of the group.
Yeah,
Kai's...
I would honestly say that Kai's is probably the weakest.
Well, Kai's was okay, just because he's had a couple of episodes to work on it. And I don't think his is finished, because clearly I think there's going to be some sort of confrontation with with his parents.
That might be the case, yeah. Probably after the group performance.
Yeah, I'm just not sure how well Yui's worked in this episode.
I did like her stuff with Mai, honestly. It was interesting.
Yeah.
And I do like that we did get a bit more flesh on our relationship with Shuri as well.
Yes. No, I think the flashbacks worked quite well. It was just
The present day stuff.
yeah, it just didn't work as well for me. I thought it just sort of it came out of nowhere a little bit and sort
It
of
did feel
got
a bit wonky.
and got resolved a bit too quick. I felt.
It's overall fairly good, but at the same time, like, there are a few issues that need to be tweaked.
Again, I think the main issue is that it just sort of came out of nowhere. It wasn't really set up properly. I think it could have worked if there had been just maybe a couple of scenes in prior episodes where, you know, Yui was looking a little bit down and a little bit dejected. But the fact that it only just happened now, again, I can sort of understand it because closer to showtime, the nerves get more and more present and more overwhelming. But again, I just feel like it could have been done a little bit better. But again, my issue is just that it does seem like it's very much the Setsu show in terms of character development, and like it's maybe not fair considering it was 2-core, but because of the subject material, the fact that it's a traditional Japanese instrument, I can't help but compare it to Konowato Tamare, which it didn't really. Well, no, because that's the thing. All of the members of the club, and even a couple of members, even like the teacher supervisor and the girl they got in to be basically a coach, got development. Again, it's not as fair considering Konowato Tamare was 2-core.
1-core versus 2-core isn't really super fair.
I know, it's not fair, but it's just a comparison I can't help but make in my mind. I can't help but just feel a little bit disappointed on Snow White Notes' end. I still do think it's a good show, but it's not. I also think there's just a little bit too much drama for my taste, because again, that was the issue with Yui's bit, is that the timing meant that it was just so felt like he was playing for drama rather than actual character work.
I do like Rai though. Rai is fun.
Rai is fun. He just is. Just how
I love
how pissed
how
he
he
got.
reacts to that one asshole who is just like clearly enjoying himself a bit too much on the shamisen.
Yeah, how pissed he got at I think his name is Ushio, on the stage. I think it's the first time we've actually seen him like not have a fairly happy look on his face. It's just great.
Yeah. I also love that he is slightly flamboyant, but also doesn't really play too deeply into any stereotypes.
Oh yeah. And I think
I don't know if he's termed to be MLM or anything, but like I would not be surprised if he was. But I'm glad that they aren't leaning too hard into that or anything.
I'm gonna see if there's a wiki that I can check for that. There is a wiki.
Yeah,
It is incredibly sparse. So no, I don't know. But I have a feeling. He might get a focus next episode, considering Setsu is relying on him for this special move thing.
Yeah.
So I have a feeling we'll get a bit of his backstory.
It is nice that that Setsu isn't the only remotely experienced shamisen player on the group.
Yeah.
Because it gives him someone to play off of who has at least some experience to work with.
Yeah. Also very interesting was Tanama Soichi. Because he was informed that the person he was talking to on the bench was in fact Setsu, which he found very interesting. But more interestingly, he really didn't like Mai's performance.
It comes into like the whole tradition versus new approach type thing that happens in a lot of both artistic movements. Like Mai is very much a new approach type person, whereas her brother is very much a traditionalist. It seems like.
Oh,
so it's interesting to see this contrast.
And it's going to be very interesting to see his reaction to this our heroes' performance.
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to win the tournament because it seems fairly possible that Mai might win.
Yeah, I have a feeling they're probably not going to win the team performance, but I have a feeling it might spur Setsu to win the individual performance.
Yeah, that is very likely what I think. That's what I think is likely to happen.
Also, you were talking about how Rai is not too much in the stereotype. The one that I think is, and possibly to a yikes degree, is Mustache Dude.
Yeah, he seems much more so than Rai, even.
Yeah, like, he's not done anything too overt to be yikes, but Like, just anytime he's on screen, I'm just like, please don't be too bad. Please don't be too bad. Please don't be too bad.
I understand.
But I love this screenshot. By the way, as soon as I saw it, I went, okay, this is the screenshot. This is the screenshot. It has to be.
Great. It's great. Also, I love that Umiko is such an asshole, but she's still such a fantastic character.
Even she had to grudgingly give props to Mai.
Yeah, it was great.
Speaking of great, though, we are on to everybody's, including Gen Urobuchi's, favorite Taiwanese puppet show, Thunderbolt Fantasy. So I've got 3 screenshots for this, and they're all from the same fight.
Of course you do. Of course you do.
I'm sorry. Look, the fucking this
Cody,
Huh?
Mill just loves his Taiwanese motherfucking puppets.
Yeah. I know. Yeah, I know. I'm just joking, but yeah.
But yeah, like these are all from the same fight, and it was genuinely. Let me just give me a second because I just need to remember what was in winter, so I can say this for sure or not. Jujutsu Kaisen was there. Okay, it's one of my favorite. This particular fight was one of my favorite fights of the year. I can't say favorite fights considering Jujutsu Kaisen was last season, but because it was basically.
Well, do you like any fight in Jujutsu Kaisen's second core more than it?
Yes, because okay, cool. I loved the episode 24 fight far too much for words, but it was a really interesting fight because it was a flashback to Shofukan, Rufuyo, and Tenmei facing off against who is very much implied to be the big bad of the show, Kase Meiko, who, as I've said before, his translated name is Plague of Moths and Locusts. And holy fucking shit, that man curb stomped these 3. And like, we have only ever seen these 3 dominate fights, and he curb stomped to the point where he cut out Tenmei's eyes, forcing Shofukan to grab her and run. And to cover their escape, Rufuyo fucking summoned flames with his music. So that's the first shot. The second shot is him sending his vibration attack wave at Kase Meiko. And Meiko just fucking blocking it, no issue. And to really cover their escape, Rufuyo fucking dropped a lightning bolt on Kase Meiko, who fucking tanked it. That man just fucking tanked a lightning bolt and just walked away. So that was a really fucking fantastic fight that I absolutely fucking adored. What else is there? That's which episodes am I covering? 6, 7, and 8. So that was that one. Meanwhile, Rin Setsuwa is having the fucking time of his life because he's gained the trust of Ban Gun-ha and Lee Hyo-byo, of the what the fuck is that group called? Order of the Divine Swarm. And the first time they meet back up with K-Guy, who Rin Setsuwa has betrayed at least twice. Once at least on the show, and once prior to the show. Her reaction is basically, you. Don't trust him, he's going to trick you.
I mean, that's the common response to someone with chronic backstabber disorder, isn't it?
Yes. And then...
Are you based off of Lu Bu or something?
I mean, no, his fucking name is, or his names are Austere Snowcrow and Thief of the Wind Dust, and he is literally just... Basically what he does is, he steals the pride of people. Like, he basically drags them down to their lowest point possible, and feeds on that. And the reason he can't do that to Shofukan is because Shofukan doesn't give a shit. Shofukan has never given a shit about anything.
Oh, he's a honey badger.
Yeah. But yeah, and then fucking Roshin Kai also comes across Rin Setsuwa while working with Bangun Ha, Lee Hyobyo, and K Guy, and again is like, you. It's just every single person's reaction to Rin Setsuwa is, you motherfucker, what are you doing here?
That's great.
It's
Right.
just fucking fantastic. More interestingly, though, Shofukan and Rofuyo got transported to the Demon Realm, where they took out a trio of demons. Unfortunately, I don't have the name for this guy. As a bell
So
filler.
they got isekai.
Not really. They just got transported there. They can get out again, and I think they have now. But unfortunately, Rofuyo's singing was heard by one of the demon lords. Again, it's something like Azelbifel, something like that. And very conspicuously, he has the same color hair as Rofuyo, and gets his interest piqued by Rofuyo's singing. And that's when he starts to play a part in the story. And quite honestly, spoilers, I'm fairly sure that Rofuyo and that guy is related.
Are the father.
Yeah, no, I'm almost certain. Because that's the point. Rofuyo is supposed to have this basically supernaturally alluring voice, to the point where he very rarely talks and mainly has his fucking Pippa Ryoga talk. Who, again, I've pointed this out before, but I will point out again, is voiced by Tengen in Demon Slayer, Kaburagi in Decadence, and a bunch of other, deep-voiced characters. Bem in Bem. And yet he's this fucking over-the-top talking instrument.
That's fucking great.
Yeah. And the most recent episode, what happened in that one, is literally called Schemes and Conspiracies, because it is literally just Rin Setsuwa playing every single person in the show.
Oh boy, that sounds fun.
Because he's basically doing that thing where you talk to one person and like tell them a secret, and then you talk to another person and tell them a secret about the first person, and basically you're talking shit to everyone out of everyone else's earshot, and it's just so fucking fantastic. And just as somebody, as the audience watching this in season 3, you know exactly what Rin Setsuwa is doing. This is what he does every time he comes across somebody new that he wants to fucking take down a notch. And he's such a bastard. Again, as I said in the 3-episode check-in, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Fool me thrice, it's not fucking happening. Rin Setsuwa, you're on Shofukan's side and you're not tricking me otherwise. It's so clear what side you're on, and it's great. Not to mention, they're still using the fucking talking Nendoroid, and it's superb. Apparently, Nendoroids are available for the show. Unfortunately, the Rin Setsuwa one that's in the show is apparently sold out, and is only being sold by third parties for like $300, which is a shame.
I'm not surprised. He seems like an Ensemble Dark Horse type.
Yeah. No, Rin Setsuwa is great. As I said, the friends who introduced me to this show nicknamed him Vape Gandalf for a very good reason.
And
God damn.
I love this.
fun.
I love this show so much. I really do. It's genuinely, please give it a watch. Anyone watching, because it's so worth it.
I will at some point. I mean, I just finished watching Madoka Magica. I need to watch the movie, so hey.
Look, this is the series that
Anyway.
Urabuchi loves the most.
Yeah, I know.
Urabuchi has not worked on anything other than this for the last few years. Anyway, moving on.
No, actually, he has worked on one other thing.
Well,
He
he's
worked on Fifth Grand Order once. That's it.
Well,
That's all he did besides it.
the only things that have come out since he started working on Thunderbolt Fantasy is like a crappy mecha series and 3 Godzilla movies. That's it. He's so focused on his Taiwanese
put
puppets.
Madoka on him. No, I feel like when he was able to do Taiwanese puppets, he just put Madoka for eyeball.
No, he absolutely did.
He just put Madoka for. I was like, oh right, I gotta finish this movie.
No,
God.
very specifically when he announced the new Madoka movie, he very specifically said,
Yeah,
"No, I worked on this
said.
before Taiwanese puppets."
Yeah, I worked on this before Taiwanese puppets. Yeah, that's why I said that. I'm like, yeah, this man got a chance to work on Taiwanese puppets. Like, yeah, fuck Madoka. Yeah, they can wait.
Yeah. Anyway, moving on to Your Eternity.
Oh
AK.
boy,
This one's a fun one.
pain, more pain.
I'm ready for
Yes,
more
sir.
pain with this kid. This kid's going to give me so much pain.
Oh no, this
God.
kid is good. There is going to be a lot of pain with this kid. I mean, there's already been quite a bit of pain.
This series will break me.
God.
God.
I'm gonna say
This
now,
is my number one of the season, honestly.
I like Gugu a lot more than I liked March.
That's fair. That's fair. I understand you on that. I feel like Gugu has more of a distinctive personality than March.
Mm.
But spoiler warning, spoilers. 3, 2, 1. March's death still kicked my ass.
I mean, again,
Like,
I watched it on Wednesday when it came out on Monday, so I was kind of expecting it.
I mean, I was also expecting it, but at the same time, it didn't make it hurt any less for me.
Yeah, as I said, it's just I wasn't that much of a fan of March, so I wasn't hit that hard by it. I was as I said to you, as I've said to you before, I was hit harder by Fushi's reaction to it than the actual event
That
happening.
definitely is at least part of the intent, that Fushi's
Yeah.
reaction is supposed to get a reaction out of you.
Because his
Like,
face
it is
just
Fushi
crumples up.
starting to develop feelings.
Yeah, because his face just crumples up so much.
I love how expressive the animation is on this series. Like,
Yes.
whenever it focuses on a character's face, it gets very expressive.
Mm.
And I feel like that works really well for the series.
Yes. So what episodes are we covering? 4, 5, 6, and 7. Wow, okay, we've got a lot of episodes to cover for this.
Yeah. So 4 and 5 wrap up the storyline with March and Corona.
Mm.
Honestly, I think, like, Corona's situation is actually really tragic overall.
Oh, it absolutely is. Absolutely is. And oh boy, am I glad that Hayase got the fucking pounding that she deserved.
Yeah, no, she got fucked up.
Yeah, don't take on the
physically and mentally.
don't take on the fucking bear that's the size of a house. Really bad plan
Yeah,
on that
no.
one.
I'm pretty sure her face is permanently scarred from that.
Oh, it is.
And for mine.
Mm,
Yeah, no, but fuck Hayase, seriously.
yeah.
She deserved that.
Yeah,
100%.
no, I agree. Episode 6 was really interesting because it's probably the most progress we've seen for Fushi in that, you know, he's starting to learn how to speak. It's still coming out incredibly garbled and not at all not at all in a human
Not super
cadence.
coherent. Yeah.
Which, hey, kudos to Reiji Kawashima for pulling that off.
Yeah, Reishi Kawashima is making a really good performance with Fushi.
Yeah,
Very unconventional performance, but it still really works at selling Fushi as inhuman.
yeah. But more interestingly is the fact that Fushi gets attacked. And it's very specifically said by Kenjiro Suda, who is apparently some form of a god.
Specifically, he's Fushi's creator.
Yes, but it is an unexpected attack that. Kone, there's stuff happening in your background again. But it is very specifically said to be an attack that was not supposed to happen. It was outside of the parameters of I think of that world, basically.
Yeah, some sort of aliens, I think. Possibly, maybe.
Who the fuck knows? Well, it's not a Trigger show,
Well,
so it can't be aliens.
Regardless, it's some sort of supernatural entity that starts leeching away Fushi's memories and forms.
Yeah.
And up until all he's left with is March's form, and barely managed to pull out a win from that.
Yeah. And then
oh boy, that was a tense action sequence.
Yeah. And then we get to episode 7. The boy who wants to change, and we get introduced to Gugu and his mask. Again, background
Coney,
noise, Coney.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
So the first half of the episode is just going over Gugu's backstory, which again is really sad, because he's clearly, a really upbeat child, even with his circumstances, and he clearly, loves his brother, who turns out to be a colossal dick.
Who is still a deadbeat. Yeah, he's a deadbeat asshole.
Yeah.
And then it gets worse when he saves the girl he has a crush on and gets his head crushed in the process.
Yeah. Oh, Gugu, you've got to stop thinking with your dick, mate. Really. It's
To be fair, it's still nice that he saved her life.
It's not the saving of her life that I have an issue with. It's everything else to do with her. That man is clearly not thinking right, and it's gonna fucking hurt him. And us, by extension.
Oh, yeah. And she's a pretty sweet girl, all things considered, but, like...
A bit obsessed with Fushi.
He's clearly not... Yeah. Poor Gugu just watches Fushi not even try, and she's still more attracted to him than she is to Gugu.
Yeah.
I don't know if Fushi could even reciprocate anyone's feelings at this point. I don't think he's mentally capable of that kind of thing.
No, he is not. I mean, he's basically a toddler at this point. He's learned how to eat. He's learned how to say some basic phrases. Can't wait for the pain that comes when he fully realizes what he's lost in terms of the boy from the first episode, though.
Oh yeah, no, that's fun.
Because that was...
And based on the OP, I think he's gonna lose Gugu at some point too.
I mean, let's be real. It's the kind of show that is absolutely okay killing off children. It's already killed off one. What's another one?
I am ready for the pain.
And this is what I meant when I said earlier in the stream that 2 shows decided that one particular week would just be kid killing week. Because in the same week, March died, and then that was the same week that Asahi died in fucking Joran.
Right. That was a fun time for everyone. Not. God.
But yeah, I do like Gugu, and I'm going to be sad when he inevitably either dies or gets his heart crushed. Or both. Both is probably going to happen.
I am glad, though, that the show, for now, has some lighthearted moments to kind of balance out the sadness.
Yes.
Because otherwise this would be a miserable watch.
Yeah, I think there is definitely enough to keep it from being full-on depression territory.
Yeah. It's really funny just watching Gugu try to teach Fushi how to life, basically.
Yeah. But yeah, for the time being, as I've said before, I was watching this show on Wednesdays so I could watch Super Cub afterwards and be happy. But since that first episode, no episode has really hit me the same since. So I've decided to move it back to Mondays when it comes out.
I feel like you're going to wind up regretting that at some point soonish.
in the episode where it looks like Gugu might die, I may in fact save that one for Wednesday.
Oh god.
For sure, it's a bad day to have To Your Eternity on, because it goes To Your Eternity and then Fruits Basket.
Monday is pain day.
Monday is fairly pain day, and the two other shows on Monday, Mars Red and Odd Taxi, while I do enjoy, they don't give me the same like serotonin boost that Super Cub or Backflip does.
Yeah. Those two also have some pretty raw stuff in them.
Yeah. So it's not like I'm gonna have my spirits lifted by those two either.
Like I said, Monday is pain day.
But unless you have anything else to say, we should move on.
To Tokyo Revengers.
Tokyo Revengers. Go ahead.
So I love this little bit because this is a flashback to the gang leader we met a few episodes ago, Mikey.
Yeah.
And he is an elementary schooler who kicks the shit out of middle schoolers in this flashback.
Mm-hmm.
Mikey just does not give a But anyways, shit gets real in the most recent. Like, the show is going into some dark stuff, and how to specify it? Basically, the main group's gang gets into a fight with another gang. Mikey manages to defuse the situation by one-shotting the enemy leader with a roundhouse kick. And then one of his lieutenants shanks the guy.
Ooh.
And Mikey and his best friend / lieutenant have a falling out after said lieutenant turns himself into the police afterwards. And so this also has the ominous sense of time because the main character, Takemichi, is trying to prevent this falling out because it leads to said Lieutenant Draken getting stabbed himself and dying in the past timeline.
Ooh.
And he is trying to prevent Draken from getting killed.
Getting died.
Getting died, yes. But yeah, so things look like they might go irreversibly fucking sideways if Takemichi can't either get them to reconcile or stop the incident that gets Draken shanked. So this is fun. This is going to be fun.
I mean, Tokyo Revengers is interesting because from what I've seen outside of our Discords, this seems to be the most popular new show. This is the one that I've seen the most tweets about.
It's up there. It is one of the 5 most popular new shows of the season.
It's also
along with To Your Eternity, Nagatoro, Higehiro, and 86.
Yeah, it's also its manga has taken a big fucking boost from this anime.
Yeah, I think it has had the biggest boost out of any of the manga adaptations.
Yeah.
Besides maybe Nagatoro.
But we don't talk about Nagatoro in this stream.
Yes, outside of statistics, we do not reference Nagatoro. But yeah, there is also I do want to mention this because it was brought up by Anna, but one episode a bit earlier in the season had a whole sequence where the various lieutenants of the Tokyo Manji gang were introduced. But there was a whole lot of censorship because there was a lot of Manji being portrayed in that sequence.
And unfortunately, the Nazis fucking ruined that sigil.
Yeah, the thing is, a Manji isn't the same as a swastika. Swastika points the other direction, and it is diagonal.
Unfortunately,
Manji, which is square shaped.
Nazis still fucking ruined it, as they ruined a lot of things.
Yeah, the Nazis fucking suck.
Fuck
This is why we
Nazis.
can't have nice things.
Yeah, fuck Nazis.
Fuck the Nazis. Fuck Nazis. All my homies hate Nazis.
And just to be
But yeah,
and just to be fair, fuck neo Nazis as well. They're also shit.
exactly. But yeah, outside of a few gags I thought were like slightly dumb, I really like this show. This show is a really good show, and also like it can get intense at times. Like there is some dark shit in this series, and I feel like it's only going to get darker from here. I am not sure if this is going to be 1 or 2 core, honestly, because it's paced out like it could be a 2 core. And it definitely has enough material to work a 2 core.
Oh yeah, definitely.
But like at the same time, I wouldn't mind it if it was just a 1 core series.
Yeah.
We'll see how it plays out, though. Like I want to see more of this stuff. This is interesting stuff, and I do like it when time travel is handled well, like it is in this one, in this series. You know.
And speaking of, I think time travel, Vivi has time travel,
Vivi is
right?
indeed time travel.
Yeah, thought so.
Yeah, time travel.
As I told Jack, and I don't think I've told Coney yet, but I am basically putting off watching Vivi until it's done because I've fallen too far behind. The good news, well, sort of good news, is that on my catch-up list, on part of it, I was planning on watching Baby Steps. Unfortunately, that appears to have been removed from Crunchyroll, so that's what I've replaced it with Vivi.
Okay.
It is still probably about
yeah,
middle of the
sucks,
list, but it's on the list.
Why were you gonna watch?
Least.
Why were you watching? Why were you planning on watching Baby Steps? If I may
Catch up
ask.
list.
Sports show.
Oh, okay. All right.
Sports show and catch-up list.
Also about Vivi. Man, I was trying to catch. What I wanted to do was like every episode was 2 parts. I was gonna watch it in every episode. I was gonna watch it in like batches of 2. So like every Saturday.
Yeah, the most recent one was a 3-parter.
Okay. Wait, the most recent one was it like episodes what?
7, 8,
6?
9. That was a 3-parter.
Okay. Well, I'm glad I haven't caught up to that yet because that would have been.
I'll try not to spoil it for you, but episode 9 has a fucking fantastic action sequence.
Yeah, I've heard between like the main villain and Vivi. So I've heard.
It's just fucking Sakuga all the way around. Like,
I wonder how many singularities are there exactly.
that was the end of the 4th arc, I believe.
So are there like 6 in total? Or
I don't know. I think episode 10 is going to be just an interlude arc, an interlude episode, and then the final arc will be 3 episodes, most likely.
No, because hold on.
It's a 13-episode series, and the most.
I know it's 13 episodes, and then there was a 3-episode arc, which is if there's a 3-episode arc, that must have been pretty meaty. Must have been pretty big. Because the 2-episode arcs were already. Whew, okay. Yeah, I was catching up, and I at least watched episode 5, which was interesting. I think it was.
The 5/6 2-parter was fun, as in it was depressing as hell.
I mean, the first part. Again, part 5 and part 6 was like Episode 5 was basically me like, okay, so when's the other shoe gonna drop? And then the other shoe dropped, and it was like, and then like, spoilers by the way. And then Vivi just like put in the virus into the robot that she was just speaking to. It was just great. I'm like, the robot did. I just felt bad for the robot, especially since we got its memories of like playing with kids. So it was pretty much like not being all that hostile.
Yep.
Yep. And then it just started killing humans, and I'm like, oh no. I'm like, Oh boy, yeah, they're gonna have to try and slow down how advanced. I know what their goal was like, oh no, I don't I'm dreading how this is gonna end. I- But I'm really curious as to how this is all going to end because again, it's about a bunch of AI trying to save humanity from, well, AI. And they're doing this in their own way. Vivi's working with Matsumoto more, been working with Matsumoto more. I think she's gotten more serious.
Mm-hmm.
Um, she still asks about what it means to put her heart into something. Yep. Uh, okay. She's still asking. Let me just make this quick. She's still asking about what it means to put her heart into something, and then, well,
It is
um,
interesting,
yeah.
and I have no idea how the hell it's going to pan out.
Yeah. Can't believe we're already on episode 9 already of Vivi. It's
Yeah,
Maybe
that
flown
is,
by
I
that's
already.
think.
that's the reason I fucking decided I wasn't going to be able to catch up because I had 8 episodes to watch.
Yeah, no. Vivi. The thing with Vivi is that it dropped. It started off around the same time as everything else, but it dropped 2 episodes at once
Hmm.
to start.
Okay.
But
I have
let
to
us.
go now. Great. I have to go.
You want to talk about Iruma-kun real quick?
Yeah, have okay, let me just do my quick thoughts. And I've only read the manga, but yeah, I've been a lot of people have been waiting for this arc and that's about to start in particular. It's basically the fan favorite arc of the series, and you could definitely, and from what I hear, yeah, it's basically the same reaction. A lot of people have been wondering. A lot of people like this Aruma more than the regular Aruma.
I
One of the
don't
things I
blame
was
them.
saying was that I don't blame them either,
I don't entirely blame
but
them.
I don't blame them either. Although when we get to the okay, so when we get to the end of the arc, when we get to the end of the season, this one statement I'm gonna say: as much as I like this new Ruba, I don't ever want to see him ever again. I don't ever want to see him again. I'll explain why once this arc is over, but once this arc is over, but one basically I'm like you need a lot of rain. You need a very deep range to portray Ruma because of this and then his idol persona. So
And
yeah, have fun.
fucking Murase
You're in for a ride.
fucking nails it.
Kobe, Connie. Yeah, Murase is just fucking on fire with this.
Hmm. Well, let's talk about the end to the student council arc first. Um, I wasn't. I don't. I wasn't enthralled by the student council arc. It wasn't bad by any stretch, but it wasn't brilliant either. It was very much, just a vehicle to have Amory realize that she likes Aruma romantically. Um,
Yeah, it basically is focused on getting Amari to have character development, which
yes.
I'm all for. I love Amari.
Yeah.
She's a great character, and I love her relationship with Iruma. But at the same
Yes.
time, I want to see more of the rest of the cast.
Because what episode 5 does that's great is it gives us a full episode with just Clara as Sullivan and Opera along with Iruma. And it's just a super fun episode.
Opera can do no wrong in my mind.
No, they can't. They really can't. This poor Sullivan though, it's just so fucking fantastic.
I
Poor
almost feel bad for
Sullivan.
Sullivan, but at the same time, he kind of brought this on himself by hogging Iruma's attention to himself for a full week.
But it was just great, that episode. But as we've been alluding to, the fucking Crowner is evil Aruma, who's not evil. Let's make that very, very clear. He's not fucking evil. He's just more confident.
Yeah, he's a more confident, a little bit more ruthless than regular Iruma. I don't know if ruthless is the right word. Maybe unscrupulous.
Again, he's confident. He's got no inhibitions. He's not got that.
Yeah, that's
he's not.
the word for it.
He's not got that voice in his head that tells him it would be bad to do this. Like,
No,
hey, trying to co-opt the fucking Demon King's classroom for his group of misfits.
I'm pretty sure Ali just down and gagged that voice in Aruma's head and locked it in the cupboard.
Yeah. But, yes. Look, as much as I love normal Iruma because he's adorable and endearing, this Iruma is just so fucking cool. And it's so fucking nice. Look, at the end of the day, normal Iruma is a bit of a doormat.
Yeah, no, it's nice to see some confidence
Yeah.
in Aruma.
Yeah, and it's just so fucking... And I was worried that he would just be a dick. Like, I was really worried. Especially when he, like, just chucked his bag at us, but it was like, you wanna carry it, don't you? Hey, Clara, always be you. And it's like, oh, he's still nice, but he's fucking confident about it, and it's great. Oh.
I do love Clara's reaction to him being just different from
Yeah.
his usual self. I love how everyone's all scandalized by how he treats Clara too.
Yeah. But it's also really good because it stops any suspicion that he's a human. Because hey, he's got an evil cycle. Clearly he must be a demon.
Yeah, and the only ones who realize something is off are Opera and Sullivan because
They
know,
know
wait,
he's human.
he's a-
Yeah.
he's a fucking human.
I mean, they're shocked at first, but Sullivan near instantly fucking falls into subservient role. Just fucking rolls over
would-
instantly.
You wouldn't think that Sullivan is one of the strongest demons alive from how quickly he bows to Iruma's whims.
Yeah. Like, there is obviously that shock when they first see him, and it's still processing at the meal. But after that, like, instantly, he's just like, yes, Iruma, I'll give you everything you want. He's taking the carriage for the first time, I'm so happy. And it's just, oh. But then
He is doting to a doormat degree.
Yeah, but also the fucking line from Oz, Iruma-sama, you're finally taking over the school. It's like, of course, Oz doesn't see any issue with it. He's wanted Iruma to do this from day one.
He has. Let's be real, he has.
And then the fucking confrontation with Kalego. And just like Iruma just like saying, why should we be like sequestered from the rest of the school? What have we ever done? And Kalego just gives off this whole list of crimes. They're just like, okay, fair, we should be sequestered, but we should be in a better place.
I love how they basically all cops their crimes too.
Yeah, like Az was just like, yeah, that was the first day I met Iruma-sama, and it was great.
I also love how it's like, no, one of you hasn't done anything wrong, but the rest of you have.
Yeah.
I think it was what's her name?
It was the idol girl.
Shit. Yeah.
Who
Shit,
I
I'm
assume-
terrible with names.
Kurori.
Ferrari, right?
Who I assume
Yeah,
is
no,
I assume is only there because it means she can get away with missing class to be an idol.
That is most likely why she's there. Yes.
And then just the
So it's
fucking
like-
yeah, go ahead.
It's like he lists crimes for all of them, and it's like, not you, Kurori. You're fine. You haven't done anything wrong.
It had the exact same energy of that first of the first Xmas episode in Futurama, where like Santa's just like the robot Santa is just like, you've all been very, very naughty. Except you, Dr. Zoidberg, you've been very good. Gives him a fucking pogo stick.
Or like the DBZ abridged Christmas special where Santa Claus
Yeah.
gives Gohan a copy of
What is it?
God.
Huck Finn in French, something like that. Oh no,
No,
Moby
Moby Dick in
Dick, Moby Dick in French. Again, I would be shocked if that scene wasn't inspired by the Futurama one, but you know, but yeah, and then the fucking rousing speech that Iruma gives to the rest of the Misfits, like
It was really good.
that boy has some magnetism, and has some charisma, like. It's a good thing this
I mean,
Iruma
he even has charisma in his regular form, but it just gets cranked up to 11 here.
in his regular form, it's endearing, awkward charisma. Like, you can't help but like him because he's cute and adorable. This one, you can't help but think, this man is going places, I need to follow him. Like, it's a good thing he's not
Yeah.
staying around forever, otherwise he would take over the school wholesale.
Yep. That he would.
Like, just instantly. I can't wait for the next episode.
Anyway.
But moving on to
Speaking
our
of
final
not being able to
show,
wait for the next episode,
Zombieland Saga Revenge. So,
now, have you watched the most recent episode?
yes, I have. That's what the screenshot is from.
Excellent.
So, starting,
Yugiri!
we finally get a Yugiri episode. So episodes 5,
It's a
6,
two-parter.
yeah, 5, 6, 7, and 8. So first episode 5, fucking Lily just taking over the morning briefing and just completely emasculating Kotaro. Like,
Totoro looks utterly fucking deflated
yeah,
when he realizes when he realizes Lily has taken over the board. Also, I love the little detail of it only going to about the midpoint.
yeah,
of the
because she
board
couldn't reach
Lily
past
is
it.
so short.
Yeah.
That's just
they
such a
love
great detail.
they love doing little gags like that with the blackboard. They really do. Because remember in the first episode, first or second episode, like he'd done it. Kotaro had done it on the other side, so when he flipped it, it was upside down, and he only noticed partway through his speech, and then flipped it back over again. When he realized the
Spun it
mistake he made.
around.
Yeah. So episode 5, the other thing we get is fucking first Lily.
The cheekiest Death Note reference I have ever seen.
First that with fucking Light the child actor. Then we get Kotaro. What was he pretending to be?
A mudfish.
A
He was doing a
mudfish.
mudfish impression and utterly failing to impress anyone.
I like the. I'm not sure if this is actually canon or not. Well, there's two theories about it. One, he wanted to get his own back on Lily for taking over the briefing and just failed because he's Kotaro. The other one, which I do really like, is he purposefully went on before Lily and was purposefully terrible to lower the expectations of the judges so that Lily would seem more impressive.
Mm-hmm.
Not that Lily needed any fucking help, because she gave a fucking Rakugo performance brilliantly, and it was great.
You know, it's funny. Lily's idol name is Rokugo,
Yeah.
and she does a Rakugo.
Yeah. But then the fucking coup de grace, Light sings the exact same song that Lily was going to sing in the final. So Lily refashions her costume and creates a whole new fucking scat arrangement of the same song and becomes a fucking viral sensation.
Yeah, Light may have won the contest, but Lily won the contest to the judges, but Lily won it to the audience.
Yeah. And like, Jesus Christ, that song, fucking hell.
That is impressive, the speed of that scatting.
Oh, it
honestly.
absolutely is. Absolutely is. I like the fact that the fucking subtitles had no idea what to do.
Yeah, no, they didn't even bother trying.
Yeah,
It's kind of hard though because it's just literally scatting, so there
Yeah.
is no like actual lyrics there.
yeah.
I actually didn't know what was going on at first, but I was like, oh, okay, so she's just scatting, so she's
Yeah.
not actually
Mm.
saying lyrics.
Then episode 6, we finally get a legendary Yamada Tai episode, and it was perfect because it was pretty
It was
much
legendary, you might say.
it was pretty much that fucking report. Well, first the fucking reporter talking about how Tai had her own fan base just because of the fact that, as everyone has noticed, she does her own fucking thing during the songs.
Yep.
Which is great. Then he
I
follows her
still
around.
love the fucking fact that they got Sailor fucking Moon to voice Tai, and almost all of her lines are fucking growls and groans.
Yeah. Then he follows her around and completely misses the fact that she's a zombie for most of the day.
Multiple times.
She goes to the fucking supermarket, starts chewing on Maria's hair, because of course.
Naturally.
Where is Zombieland Saga? There. Wins a fucking dance contest against a man in a chicken costume because she outlasted him on the head spins. Because her head wasn't actually spinning, it was just her body.
Yep. Oh, and then she takes her prize money and accidentally wins the bet on a boat race
Yeah.
to the tune of all of the debt that
What was it, 20 million yen?
Yeah, something like that. Which is a cool, like, 200 grand.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the reporter stays just long enough to see Ty's head fall off,
Yep.
which I'm sure is going to have some repercussions. Though not as many repercussions as Kotaro kidnapping a girl.
That was one of the funniest episode cold opens I've seen in a while.
Well, it was just the fucking
It was an epic callback to the first episode.
yeah, it was the callback to the first episode. And then just the way he was acting when he presented the body, just went, so this is number 7, yay, clap with me, and just like everyone's like, what the fuck did you do, Kotaro? What the fuck? You can't just steal a body.
I just love Saki and Junko's reactions, especially.
Yeah.
Especially after the girl wakes up and Junko's like, you do realize this is actually just kidnapping, right?
This is just ordinary kidnapping. Thankfully, Mai is a fan of Franshishu and really doesn't give a shit that they're zombies. Could not give less of a shit that they were zombies. And then joins in a very short-lived segment.
I love how quick that character arc was. It was just so, like, I don't think any show but Zombieland Saga could pull off, like, one of those quick character arcs like that.
I do think that probably that episode is the weakest since, I would say, the premiere. But it still wasn't a bad episode by any stretch.
Yeah, I will also say, like, the post-credit scene is interesting, because, like, the reporter dude collects the information on all of the zombies, except for Yugiri, who he cannot find any identifying information on.
Well, yeah,
because he predates most forms of identification.
Mm-hmm.
That he would have available.
I mean, the issue is, he's finding out all of their identities based on pictures, and obviously photos weren't huge back in the early Meiji era. If he'd have had a name,
especially not in Japan.
Yeah, if he'd have had a name, he probably would have been able to find her. But all he knows is that she's a number.
Yeah.
But that leads us
again.
Yeah, but that leads us very nicely onto today's episode. Spoilers for that if you haven't watched it, which is Yugiri flashback, and how she
Part 1.
part 1 of the Yugiri flashback. And what I will say is, it was really fucking nice just to see the see the other girls dotted in and about.
I'm pretty sure they're the girl's ancestors or something.
I'm sure that's
Or they're
I'm
just
sure
fun
that's the intention, but or like if they're ever like queried, that'll be what their answer is. But I think they just wanted to use the designs as a nice gag.
It
What-
worked nicely, I think.
What is not used as a
Also,
gag? Go ahead.
I'm pretty sure the other main character of the flashback besides Yugiri is voiced by Kotaro's VA.
Oh no, it absolutely is. That's what I was about to get on. What I'm almost certain is not just a gag. Is that Kiichi is? I'm 99% certain he is an ancestor of Kotaro.
Oh yeah, no, I would
Given
not be
that
surprised.
he's got the
The only
same.
thing that would surprise me.
Well, he's got the same voice actor. He's got the same goal. Romero is still there, and his grandfather is said to be a necromancer.
So yeah, I'm getting some pretty solid vibes of Yugiri's flashback is definitely going to end in tragedy at some point, and I'm pretty sure the tragedy is going to be Yugiri dying.
Well, yeah, I mean, she has to die, and given her placement of scars, we're fairly sure she gets beheaded. So I have a fair idea. I know where this is going.
Yep.
But the more interesting question is Kotaro Yugiri's like great grandmother?
You mean grandson?
Grandson. I as I was doing the grants, I tried to think, wait, which order did I do it in?
We don't know because it's hard to gauge Yugiri's feelings on the matter. She's very closed off
I do think
and very much cipher.
Yugiri clearly does like Kiichi.
I get that. It's just unclear to me if she likes him romantically or just likes him platonically.
Well, there's two ways I see this playing out. Either they do get together and do have a child, which eventually goes down the family line to become Kotaro, and
Or
they
doesn't
both
happen.
well no, and then they both get executed, because my assumption is that this like aiming to create a new saga is gonna not be looked upon well by the Meiji government and is gonna get people executed. So one is that they both get executed, but not before they have a child, so that Kotaro can be born. The other way that I see it playing out is Yugiri is the only one who gets executed.
Yeah,
She takes the
those
fall
are the
for
two
it.
scenarios that seem likely.
She takes the fall for it,
I'm-
and then obviously Kiichi, goes on and procreates.
I feel like it's more likely that Yugiri is going to die on her own, personally.
Again, it's I think it could happen either way, and I trust in whatchamacallit, Zombieland to do it properly.
As do I.
But what I'm most excited about for this arc is so back, how long ago was it? I think it was a year or two ago. They did finally release all of the season 1 songs in a full album, as well as just all of the songs that the girls worked on, including like the fucking Driving Tory song. Excuse me one moment. My cat has just jumped up on the countertop. I'll be back in a second.
But yeah, Mill was trying to talk about the song for Yuguri that was on the album that wasn't in the show proper, and that is a good ass song that I recommend you look up and listen to. It is a
What is?
fucking banger. So
Which is?
the Yuguri song that you were talking
Ah,
about.
yes, Saga Jihen. It's fucking great. I love it. It's probably my favorite song from that album. And when I saw the Yugiri
It
episode,
is
um,
probably my. It was probably my favorite song on the album after maybe Saki's song.
Saki's song on that album is really fucking good. So like, it's those Saki's song and Saga Jihen and one and two. It just depends on how I'm personally feeling at the time. But I do love that song. Just 'cause it's so catchy. And when I saw that Yugiri's episodes were called the Saga Incident, because Jihen means incident, I was so excited because I thought it meant that we were finally going to get that song in the actual anime.
We are likely going to get in the second part
Mm,
of the flashback
yes.
if we get it during the anime.
Yes. Oh, I'm just looking. I'm just looking at Yugiri's page on the Zombieland Saga wiki. Uh, she died December 28th, Meiji 15, which I believe is the year that all this flashback stuff is happening. So
Yeah. She was also apparently 19 or so when she died.
she was 19. Yes. Month after.
What's also
her
crazy is
19th
that apparently
birthday.
she was popular. She was also apparently so popular as a courtesan that she became unaffordable for anyone,
Yeah.
which is kind of insane.
Mm. But
yeah,
yeah,
no, I'm looking forward to
Zombieland.
seeing more of Yugiri in the next episode.
Yeah, no, Zombieland Saga is still fucking great.
It's fucking great as hell, and I look forward to seeing how the rest of the season goes.
Yeah. But I
I
do.
have no idea how the fuck it's gonna go after the flashback ends.
Oh no, because oh boy, that reporter's gonna be talking some shit.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that would maybe be why they would keep Mai around. To basically shove her out in front and say, "Look, she's alive." I mean, the rest of us are as well, right? Right?
Right? God.
Yeah. So yeah, Zombieland Saga is great. Still amazing, and that wraps up the stream for us. We've been going for 4 hours.
Jesus Christ. Well, it's been a fun time, and I think now is a good time to wrap up.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh,
So, in terms of future streams, on Saturday, we will be discussing the Marvel Cinematic Universe Phase 2.
That's gonna be a fun time.
That is going to be a fun time. On Sunday, we have some more D&D, which is always a fun time. We get to have more Rua interactions, which is always great. And hopefully leave that fucking Seda behind. And then Monday or Tuesday, we still need to see when Fuzzy is available. We will be playing some more Mass Effect. We have now
have fun with that.
We have now gotten rid of the racist humans and have a full alien party.
Yeah, I will say the alien squad mates are better than the human squad mates in the first game.
Look, Ashley was so fucking racist. She was so mean to a poor maintenance worker. Like
But yeah,
so necessarily so.
that it will do it for tonight. We will catch you guys on Saturday, hopefully. Thank you so much for tuning in, and we will see you later.
Good night.